ain't none of y'all beat me. Boy, I'm so good, it feel like I'm cheating. A well of the storm, I feel like it's season. This type of drive could push Lamborghinis. So get yourself signed and have your own sneaker. I'm in the band, I'm pushing the meter. A legend like John for everyday people. I got the heart of a champion. I got the blood of a winner. I don't know how to be stagnant. I got way too much ambition. I keep on beating statistics. How would not be denied? My only option is winning. I'm crossing the finish line. I am the greatest. Nothing can stop me now. The time has come for me to take my crown. I am a champion. No one can slow me down. The world is mine. Once I cross the finish line, I'm number one. I put myself in a place where nothing can top me. I feel like I'm space. It's bigger than profit, but still I get paid. My thinking colossal, not minimum wage. Talk to the loss like I know the way. Stay on my job like who need a break? It wasn't possible. I heard them say, but I'm like MacGyver to all my mistakes. Running back home, now look at the bases. Been winning so long, I feel like a native. I got what you want, but you cannot take it. I do what you don't, cause I'm more creative. I put me on, no help for your favors. I'm breaking the mold to show you the flavors. I got control, you can't enable. I'm using my flaws to make me the greatest. I'm number one. I'm number one. I'm number one. Yeah, I'm number one. 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 Yeah, I'm number one. I'm number one. I am the greatest. Nothing can stop me now. The time has come for me to take my crown. I am a champion. No one can slow me down. The world is mine. Once I cross the finish line, I'm number one. I'm number one. I'm number one. Yeah, I'm number one. Once I cross the finish line, I'm number one. I'm number one. I'm number one. Yeah, I'm number one. I'm number one. I'm number one.
Good morning, and we're back. We are back for day two of
two.
the Orange and Blue Fund-athon. Hope College Day of Giving. Darren, how'd you sleep last night?
Did okay, a little up and down at times, but quite frankly, was just still very excited with all that we experienced yesterday.
It was a good day. It was a great day of stories and inspiration and exciting, fun games. Coaches leading 13-9 right now in the minute to win it games.
I'll tell you what, who knew that Kevin Cole had such an ability with rubber bands? That puts you over the top at this point right now.
That guy just continues to surprise.
Yeah, he does. He does.
Talents.
It was a timing thing where the cup was on one end of the table. He'd shoot rubber bands on it, and the quickest score would win. One shot. Boom, knocked it off, 2 seconds, and it was just, we were done. Just like that. Just like that.
I'd be looking out in the office if I were us now. Hey, want to give a little bit of an update on what's going on with the Day of Giving? Big things happening. The College Day of Giving already up to $555,633 on 2,286 gifts. That our goal is to get 2,700 gifts. We are doing great things, Hope College, with Day of Giving. So continue to give. Our Orange and Blue Fund total right now is at $33,004 on 198 gifts. Our goal is to get up to $75,000 on 400 gifts. So let's keep this going, Hope College. We can do it. Big donations coming in last night from men's basketball. We had big donation. Yeah, we're ready to go. We had some solid donation coming in with softball, men's and women's lacrosse, both doing well. Men's and women's soccer representing, women's basketball. Some good donations coming into all sports. One of the things that we love about the Orange and Blue Fund is that it is unallocated in terms of who is going to get this money. It goes to teams that need it, teams that have opportunities, experiences, ways to be able to gain an edge in competitive excellence, to be able to provide just that little bit more in terms of a transformational experience, and to support academic success with our student athletes. So we are thankful for the ways that you're continuing to support the Orange and Blue Fund, and we're excited to continue on today with our men's basketball team, Coach Mitchell, Clayton Dykehouse. Thank you for being on the show today.
We're excited to be here.
Big game tonight.
Just a little bit.
Let's go.
A little bit. We're pretty fired up. It's the time of year that the season matters even more. The regular season is awesome. We try to build to the crescendo of, hey, we're fighting for one more practice, one more day, and that's where we are today. So it'll be exciting to play Calvin at a neutral site tonight, which will be very unique and different. Our first opportunity to lean into that, but we're excited to get down there and play tonight.
You guys have done pretty well there, so that's great.
Yeah.
Question about can you guys just both talk a little bit about what got you to Hope? Like, what was your journey to Hope, and how did that unfold?
Yeah, mine was unique. It was a long time ago. I was a 1984 high school grad, and did not know much about Hope when I was being recruited, to be honest with you. My high school coach was an Alma College grad. His son went to Alma College. I was a sophomore on a state championship team, and our other 4 starters, 3 went to Albion, and 1 went to Alma. And when I visited Hope my senior year, Hope happened to be number 1 in the country. And I walked into the Civic Center. They were 21-0, and I was sold within 5 minutes because of the environment, because of the winning culture. Obviously, Coach Van Weren is a relationship guy who sells. I shouldn't even say sells. He lives into what Hope was, which was an unbelievable place that had unbelievable people, competitive excellence. And I was fortunate enough to be a winner in high school and a great program, and I just wanted to keep winning. And for me, as a basketball player back then, the impression was just huge. And you could see the love and relationship between fan and player, and there was nothing like it. And even back then, I jokingly was probably an athlete-student rather than a student-athlete, to be completely honest with you, and didn't know the high level of education I would get at Hope College, because I definitely was a basketball-heavy young man. And so walking into the Civic Center and just leaning into Coach Van Weren was what got me here.
Awesome. I love Clay shaking his head a little bit on the athlete-student kind of thing.
Sorry, yeah.
Hey, this is about transformation, right? It's a transformative experience.
There we go. Preach.
That's right. Clay, what got you to Hope?
Similar to Coach. The basketball side of it, I grew up coming to games. There were pictures of me sitting watching guys like Cody Stivey and Colton Overway, Nate Snuggerud, some local guys. So that was just, that was huge growing up, me and my family. But when it came down to the recruiting process, the people, I came on a visit here, Matt Zanstra, Preston Granger, Jay Conner. I could just go on and on and on. They sold it. They sold the friendship, the brotherhood on the team, the professors, the small class sizes. Everything about Hope just screamed like you could be successful here. And it wasn't going to be easy. Coach Mitch in our meeting, there was nothing really promised. It was you're going to come here, and I think you could be good here. I believe in you here, and this group, we think we could do something special with your class, and it's been really cool to kind of see that pan out. So yeah, I would say the people, 100%.
Yeah, you've been pretty good here, so you can check that box.
Thank you.
So one of the unique things about this interview for me is we were in school together here, and maybe maybe you don't, but one of the things that made this guy so special to me was watching the way he and the upperclassmen acted, the way they were a team, they were a family, the camaraderie, the Todd Marsmans of the world and Vanderbilt all you guys, just there was a real sense of wanting to make sure that we didn't do anything, one, to upset you guys, because you just led in such an amazing way, but we really wanted to emulate you and that family feel. Do you do that with your coaching as well? Because my impression is that you do. When I see this team out here at DeVos or even in practices, there is a genuine family feel to what you do. And I've seen it from you as a player, and I see it as a coach. And is that accurate?
I mean, I certainly hope so. And credit to how I was raised as a young man, my high school coach. But honestly, the guy who gets all the credit is the guy whose name's on the floor, Coach Van Weeren. He's a relational guy, and I think we all try to be coaches who win the XO game and win film and win all that stuff. But you know what? If you don't win your culture, you don't really have a chance at your team finding its potential. So I appreciate that you pick up on that, and I think our guys would be a testament to that. That as hard as we work on the floor, we have to work so much harder off the floor, in the locker room, on bus trips, at chapel, in the dorms, in the cafeteria, about just being the right kind of teammates, the kind of men that our guys enjoy being around. And I think when you have trust and love within a team, you have a chance at finding your potential. And even if we don't win every game or win every championship opportunity, when the dust settles, we're taking something forward that is invaluable, which is how you treat people, with just a humble servant love. And that's what we hope our program is about. And this guy sitting right next to me embodies it big time. He's a 3-year captain for a reason, because he knows how to treat people and lead. And so I do feel that's what our culture is all about.
And a great example of that, as you said, sitting right next to you, is, at least again in my opinion, the importance of players showing up for junior varsity games. With the exception of Brady Swinehart the last couple of years, I would say Clayton Dykehouse is probably one of the more vocal supporters of a JV game and the players that are out there. And despite the fact that there's not a lot of people that will go to that, we can pretty much count on that you're going to be there and you're supporting. And I don't know if you realize people see that. I mean, that's something that's another one of those qualities that you have that maybe you don't even realize gets picked up on. But obviously that your teammates, regardless of what team they're on, seem to be very important to you.
Yeah, no, I mean, Coach Mitch touched on it, and you did too. It's all about the guy next to you. It's all about the people that are next to you. We don't have a single guy on our team in any JV varsity that I think is about themselves, and that makes wanting to close out harder, wanting to swing the ball, wanting to shoot with confidence, wanting to do everything that we can do to be successful. It makes it mean that much more. And then in terms of watching those guys, I mean, they put in all the work that we do. So they're up at 6 a.m. twice a week at conditioning. They're running 22s with us. They're at the beach with us. They've invested the same as we do, and we kind of get the payout. We get Saturdays. We get a game like tonight. We get the chance to maybe play in a tournament, and a lot of those guys, it is a 2-year, maybe 1 year, or maybe they find the varsity floor. But regardless of that, like, making their hope experience just as special as anyone who gets to play on our varsity team.
I want to clarify for the viewers that when you say that when they're at the beach with you,
Mm-hmm.
that you are running dunes and you're running on the sand. Like, this isn't like
No.
they're at the beach with us. That's a big deal. Like, right? Like, sun and
Yeah,
size.
not roasted marshmallows or anything
Right.
like that, okay. And one thing that you do very well, especially during JV games, is I'm not going to say you work the officials, but it is funny how when they go back and forth, whoever's on the sideline, you're smiling, they're smiling. I don't know what you're saying, but whatever you're doing, it's working quite well. Can you?
That's funny.
It's just
Relationships.
it's relationships, exactly. So Becky alluded to this earlier. One of the fun things we get to talk about with this is the recruiting pitch to some degree. What we found over the course of the last multiple hours here is something we already knew, but in your case, it's not just about selling basketball. It's a part of it, but it's a whole lot more. What are some of the things, Coach, that you talk about when you're bringing in a potential student athlete to come here to Hope College?
There's so much to be excited about when you get to recruit. You know, you walk around campus and you see the amazing facilities that we have. You know, the grass in the right time of year looks like Augusta,
Yes.
right? The food is great. People are happy being here. There's so much pride on this campus, whether you're a professor, whether you're working at Phelps, whether you're, you know, the phys plant people. So that kind of takes care of itself. And so we talk a lot about how much our guys appreciate being at Hope, how well serviced they are, the opportunity to get a high-level education unlike any other. And so we talk about all that, and parents get it and recruits get it because they'll compare Hope to other places, and there's nothing like this place. But then when the dust settles, I say two things. I say, you know, you're as a recruit, you're a unique jigsaw puzzle piece with all these interesting shapes and edges. And do we fit you, number one? Like, do you fit right within the perimeter of our puzzle? And then secondly, we'll talk at length about, obviously, from a basketball standpoint, the championship tradition, the chance to build a brotherhood and be something bigger than yourself. But when the dust truly settles, as great as this place is, academically, socially, spiritually, the number one thing that we talk about is the people. As great as our facilities are, and we have the best facility in the country, it really truly is about how we connect, how we treat each other, and that's what we want our recruits to feel. Because take basketball out of the equation. You know, a player unfortunately has an ACL tear away from the ball stop bouncing. And sometimes, as Clay mentioned, a kid plays only 1 year, maybe 2 years. But do you really want to be here without basketball? And that to me is what truly matters, because that's what transforms a life. Is as important as hoop is chapel important? Is your class important? Is life in Collin Hall important? And we think that really is because of the people. And there's nothing like the people of Hope.
Amen.
Clay, is there anything that you would add to that when you're talking to prospective students, like over lunch or something like that?
Yeah. I would say the honesty, excuse me, I would say the honesty of the coaches here at Hope that I've experienced and that I think all my teammates would attest to. You know, you go and you're getting recruited, and a lot of times there are places that will tell you what you want to hear, maybe tell you things to get you to come there rather than like seeing if you do fit. And I think Hope, Coach Mitch, Coach Carlson, Coach George, they all do a really good job, Klingler, of just being 100% honest and transparent with where they see you fit if that's something that you want to do. So just recognizing that, you know, it's special when you get adults who, because he wants to win, so he's going to recruit, and he's going to recruit guys that can play. And when you can get guys that can play that really are bought in here, you know, you end up with teams that are successful, guys that really understand, you know, it's not about them.
So another thing that I feel Hope does very, very well when it comes to all of our teams here. I don't think people completely understand the concept of team when it comes to Hope College. Kind of alluded to it just a second ago with some of the injuries and things that you've had a couple of injuries on your team. Players, and one in particular who was playing really well, Mr. Carlson, before he went down. At the national championship when the women won a couple of years ago, one of the people they talked about quite often was Tim Caperna. Tim, Tanya, Annie, Ashley, excuse me. Can you describe how you look at them as teammates? Because I don't think people fully understand how you as coaches, it is more than just your actual team. It goes beyond that.
And Clay should speak to this too, because nobody's with Annie. Annie is Clayton's first son. We just kind of. Well, Annie's unbelievable, and Tim Caberna is elite. The community he has built within that, you know, they're behind the scenes, and but they do so much to keep us ready to roll. And we've had 3 season-ending injuries this year, 2 just absolutely elite defenders, and we're kind of piecing our guys together right now, to be honest with you. And Annie gives so much time. You know, she's going to treat our guys tonight after we get home, and she'll treat them tomorrow, and she'll treat them Sunday. And it's all just a part of the championship level effort that we have here, and it's not easy. She gives so much of her time because she sees how Tim operates. They're just at an elite level. So we're so blessed. I call Annie an assistant coach, and then she's a life mom, because sometimes what the guys talk about in the training room, she's a sounding board.
Yeah.
She's going to know sometimes more than I know, and she'll share with me what I need to know. But at the same time, she's a loyal confidant to these guys, because she's a huge asset in their lives, not just as somebody who gets them back on the floor healthily. I'll certainly let Clay add to that, because he probably has a little perspective that I don't.
I'm actually going to see her right after this. So, it's definitely, she's the best. Yeah, I've had 2 pretty serious knee injuries, and without Annie, there's no way I'm sitting here enjoying another year of this amazing experience. So no, she gives so much. She never asks for anything in return, and she gives a little too much. I think Coach Mitch has said that to us a couple of times. She's so understanding and so flexible. But for someone who's that busy, who works multiple sports, and whose seasons overlap, as a student athlete, like, we see how busy she is when you come in and she's taping you, and then she has to go talk to somebody else, and she set up a machine for another student athlete. So just, recognizing that they really do deserve their flowers because of all the work they put in to make all the teams that hope compete. So.
Definitely.
I think it's valuable to identify this, that, athletic training is a real need, in the greater landscape of college athletics right now. I was just talking to an athletic director at a different school that has 3 open athletic training positions and can't fill them. Like, they've got 2 on staff that are just like working their tails off to try to cover everybody. They can't fill them because of just the challenges of that position, right? And so the fact that we have got, folks that are so loyal and have been with us for so long is just like something to really, really appreciate. So, a little shout out to the sports medicine team at Hope College. Clay, what other things are you involved in? I see you in here all the time. You're always in DeVos. But I know that you are just a super engaged guy. So, like, what other kinds of things have been a part of your Hope College experience?
That's awesome. Chapel. So last year I was lucky enough to be able to share my senior witness, which was amazing. That whole experience of getting involved with the CM side of Hope was incredible. I work on campus, so I work at the Dow Center, and I have for the past now 5 years, which seems like a long time, but no, that's always awesome, seeing different students come in and work out, getting a chance to interact with students outside of DeVos as much as I'm in here. That's been really, really cool in terms of relationship building and being around IMs. Played in intramurals, so we have an ultimate Frisbee team, the men's and women's basketball team. Currently back-to-back champs, going for the 3-peat. Shout that out. Alpha Geckos, come on. We played IM football this year, which was for the first time, which was pretty cool. It's with a whole bunch of basketball guys and some JV dudes and some of the varsity guys. And no, Hope's a really cool place where you get to experience things outside of just your sport. As challenging as it is academically, they do a great job of just really encouraging you to step outside of it. And then this upcoming summer, I'm going on a seed trip with Coach Mitch, a couple of my teammates, and then a whole bunch of athletes that I don't really know, honestly, right now. And I'm really excited about that, so that'll be awesome.
Well, as a founding member of the Ultimate Frisbee club team at Hope, we can talk some tactics.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
We lost some pieces, so
You
we're
had to
gonna
throw
fill
that in
them
there. I love it.
Hey, like we could go on and on with regards to this. But one of the things that, and we're going to play some games here in just a second. One of the things that we really feel is valuable about this platform that we have is to show our community, show our fans, family and friends, the reasons that our Hope student athletes are worth the investment of the Orange and Blue Fund, worth the investment of their money, and that our coaches are trustworthy with that investment. That when people support the Orange and Blue Fund, that coaches are going to use those resources to be able to do impactful, transformational kinds of things. And one of the things that I just want to make sure that our community understands is I spend a lot of time on different college campuses, and you see the men's basketball coach walking around, and they just carry an air of big time. about them. You know, like, and I've never once gotten that impression from you as a colleague. There was something that we did a few years back where we did a little master class where coaches would get together. We'd watch a little master class from Gino Oriama. You were at every single one of those, and I don't know if there's many men's basketball coaches out there that really kind of do those types of things along with other coaches. Just like you are special, and just as a colleague, like, here's my opportunity to give that kind of shout out, because I love having you as a colleague. I love our discussions, and these guys are in really good hands with you. So, yeah, let's get ready to play some games.
Yeah, I can't have her say that without saying just thank you. That's amazing, because I just so appreciate being a part of this team. I mean, that's what Hope is. The men's basketball job is an important thing here, but at the same time, I'm a colleague. I'm a supporter of women's volleyball and the relationships we get to build with the student athletes, and I think we all sharpen each other. So that's the greatest thing about Hope is we are truly one. There's no segregation, there's no stratification. We're all pushing that big rock in the same direction. So I'm just blessed to be in this position.
And if I may add to that, as a little bit of an outsider, we see that too. We really do. There is a genuine belief that all of you really are part of one team. And it's just so cool to see. And again, just another thing that makes this place so special. And you talk about the investment. Real quick, if you don't mind, would like to highlight Clayton again, because you're going into the teaching profession. And if you see this young man around kids, it's unlike you are an absolute magnet. I don't know if you realize this, but there are kids that come here. I don't think they even care whether you win or lose. They're here to see you. Tanner Wagerink is another one. There's a couple of West Ottawa kids that come here specifically to see him play. And honestly, they love watching you play. They love watching you warm up more than anything. And I don't know if I'm sure maybe you do know that, but if you didn't, I hope you do now, because I can see it. I'm sitting down I'm looking at some of these little kids. Look at Clay, going all over the place. And I even tell people in my little intro to basketball class, watch this guy warm up. Watch him play for sure. But the impact that this young man's going to have in the education field, this is an opportunity for the Orange and Blue Fund to take people like Clayton and others and just continue to elevate them to be the kind of people we know they can be. And I'm excited to see where you're going to end up, because you're going to impact people. You really will.
All right, let's play some games.
You betcha. Here we go.
Let's go. Who's spinning?
Let's go, Clay. Spin, man. Cause your own death here, buddy, because we're winning. Coaches are winning.
Get that thing
So
right
this
there.
would be the
All
only
right.
thing.
Doesn't matter which way.
I would go
Let's
to your
see.
left, to your left.
Yeah, go to your left.
Oh,
We got it.
Oh,
Okay,
did you work out
fired up.
beforehand?
Let's try again.
Soft.
That's Tilted Cup Challenge is a good one. All right.
All right.
We'll be right back with the Tilted Cup Challenge with men's basketball.
There are over 5,000 colleges and universities in the United States alone, and nearly every single one of them is named after a location or a historical figure. But along the shores of Lake Michigan, there is a school whose namesake is not a founder, not a historical figure, not a state, city, or physical landmark. It is named after an ideal, a virtue, a way of life. Its name is hope. It is so easy to get lost in what this world lacks, to become discouraged by its needs, gaps, and flaws. Can we see beyond the uncertainty and brokenness? At Hope College, we do. Not by ignoring the world as it is, but by learning and living with the belief that this is not the world as it should be, by driving to understand, to unlock clarity, to amplify truth, by leading with inspired compassion, by embodying a vision that illuminates greater opportunity for all, by serving with anchored conviction, using our collective gifts to offer this world what it needs most: hope. Not simply hope as a desire, but hope as a way of being. Because hope has changed the way we see the world, and hope drives us to change the way the world is. Because hope shapes our calling. Because hope inspires our dreams. Because hope empowers our talents. Because hope frees us to try. Because hope transforms what we believe, transforms how we act, transforms who we are. At Hope College, we know this life-altering grace is a gift we have all been given, and it is the greatest gift we can offer the world. Hope transforms.
All right, we're going to do the Tilt-A-Cup Challenge here with Clayton Dykehouse, Coach Greg Mitchell with our men's basketball team. Clay's going to, actually, no, we start off with always coaches go first. There's a little bit of a learning bias to this, and apparently with the lead that the coaches have, we're doing all right here. So the way that this is going to work is you are going to bounce a ping pong ball on the table, catch it in the cup, and then move a cup on top of that, continuing that process until the Tilt-A-Cup gets so wobbly that it's difficult to be able to catch. We're going to see how many ping pong balls can get in this stack. That's going to be the way to determine the winner. Fire up on your mark. 30 seconds you have to do this. On your mark, get set, go.
Here we go. Let's go.
That's it.
A little sticky. All right, Clay.
2, 3,
I need a couple.
So we're gonna do all July, you guys, right here.
I need a couple to drop.
4.
15 seconds.
4 cups.
This is the one that's gonna win it right here, because I don't think.
oh.
Loose.
Gotta get the same one.
seconds.
Same ball. Oh
That's a
no!
bummer.
Don't touch,
I gotta get one more. I don't think Clay.
Can't touch it. Can't touch it. No. Oh,
4,
that's the one.
3,
Come on,
I
bleep.
need to get one more. That's all.
1.
Oh!
Oh, what is that? What is
4,
Oh,
I don't think that's gonna do it.
5 cups. Or no, it's
I didn't get
1,
the last
2, 3, 4. 4 ping pong balls.
My money's on Clay right now.
I represent. We're
Yeah, you
down.
gotta
We're
finish.
down big.
Oops, sorry.
Is this a 5-point victory if I win?
It's a 2-point victory. Yeah, 2 points.
All right, Clay. Good luck to you, buddy.
All right.
Go Hope.
On your mark, get set, go.
Up 1 cup. Come on, don't cheat.
One.
That changes the. Oh, he's
Wow.
nervous.
Oh.
Nervous. No pressure.
2,
20 seconds.
Okay, here we go.
3,
This is the key one.
4.
This is the one right here.
Can you get 5? Can you get 5? 5. Oh, just for fun. Let's go. Get
Like,
6.
come on, 1 to win, baby.
5, 4,
Oh.
2,
Nobody's ever done
Make it.
We're gonna count it.
Oh.
my goodness. There we go.
Well done. All right.
Let's go.
Clay representing, getting some points on the board for the student athletes, making it a closer contest. Guys, thanks for being here today. Good luck tonight. We are going to be cutting to your interview now with Harrison Blackledge. Do you want to intro this? I think you've got a little bit of an intro in the video. But.
Yeah, so Harrison Blackledge is a 2017 Hope grad, first team All-American, Jostens Award winner, which goes to the top student athlete in men's basketball in the country. It's a great interview. His passion for hope is real. He's doing amazing things in Manhattan. Our trip to New York was great this winter. Unfortunately, we missed Harrison just by a couple of days because he wanted to come and check us in the city. But I think you'll really enjoy the interview, and he lives and breathes hope still to this day. So enjoy the time reflecting with Harrison Blackledge.
All right.
Okay, here we go. Hey, Coach Mitchell, men's basketball coach here. Super excited to be a part of the Day of Giving at Hope and help support the Orange and Blue Fund. We were asked to interview an alum that meant a lot to us as coaches, as a program, and I can't think of a better alum to bring to the interview than Harrison Blackledge. Harrison was a 2017 grad at Hope, All-American, double major, I believe, MVP of the league, Jostens Award winner, which goes to the outstanding student athlete in the country. And my goodness, how could I choose somebody different? But he's a humble man, so I have to mention all that stuff because Harrison is not going to mention any of that. But H, hey, welcome. So good to see you.
Good to see you.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. And you look good, man. I love it that it's game day gear for you right now. Which
Always got to rep it. You know, there's not as many Hope College alum out here in New Jersey and New York, up in Manhattan. So, you know, I got to rep it when I can. And so any excuse to be wearing the blue and orange, like you said, I got to take advantage of it.
Nothing fires me up more. Well, hey, speaking of New Jersey, out east, let's get a life update. Talk to me. What are you doing? How you doing? And let everybody know what's going on with H.
Yeah, life is good. I've been out here with my wife in New Jersey the past almost 6 years. My wife was currently in medical school, is now in her second year of residency as an OBGYN. So that's what brought us out here. And I have to say, I've become a full Jersey boy convert. You know, I'm a Midwest through and through. You know, so like when there's any bad mouthing going on, I have to just slow them down a little bit. But I am just loving it out here in Jersey City, specifically in New Jersey. So northern New Jersey, right across the Hudson River from Manhattan, and been working in TV ad sales for basically the entire time being up here. So I originally was working with Warner Brothers for the past 4 years, and then recently moved over to a company called Televisa Univision, which specializes in Spanish language ads across the U.S. and Mexico. It's the largest media company when it comes to like that demographic. So I've been working there for about a year and loving it. Yeah, been very, very blessed to be surrounded with amazing teams. People who I work with directly on the day-to-day, supervisors, things of that nature that have just like really been great to me in my professional career now. So, athletically still try and stay, in some leagues as much as I can. I play probably like one for each season at least. There's actually a fun league that I get to be a part of that's down like the Jersey Shore, and it's played all outdoors every Saturday in the summer. And it's all, ex-college guys. So it's actually like incredibly good runs, really, really competitive. But that's like a fun way to try and, still stay involved and try and get up and down as much as I can. But I'm losing my step, Coach. I don't know, hearing you, bring up catching up on how the season's going makes me wish that I had an extra year of eligibility, but I don't know if I could take it anymore. I've lost the step a little bit.
Well, it's great that you talked about it, because that was my second question was, are you still hooping? Are you still staying active? And you look great, first of all. And I know you can still hoop. I know you guys came back a couple years ago and had a little bit of run. And, true confessions, H, you were never known for being incredibly athletic with a great vertical. It was about the IQ and the intelligence and the smart. So
a great pump fake player. I made my bread and butter at the free throw line. Yeah,
absolutely.
Exactly.
You can assimilate to any condition. So I'm sure that up and under, shot fake, call out on the playground really, really well in New York and in New Jersey.
A lot of pivots. Yeah, a lot of pivots.
A lot of pivots. I love it. Well, that's good stuff. Well, hey, let's talk about memories. Think about your time at Hope and some of your memorable experiences as a student athlete, and just kind of share that as you look back at your time here.
Oh man, I mean, too many to count, truly. The number one has got to be the game against Washington St. Louis with Cody going off with a 10-11 threes in one game. I think will always just be like numero uno for me. Just I think the entire feel of that team, specifically my senior year, that performance, which just felt otherworldly, and also just knocking off a great team. Like that just felt really, really good to beat a team of that caliber. That will, I think, always just, and at home too, in front of so many, Hope and Holland faithful. That was so cool. Something that I will always remember. I think of also like within that senior year, I think it might have been maybe the first Purple Out game that we did against Albion, the cancer recognition game. That I remember just being a really fun and emotional day as well. Every Hope Calvin game, whether for better or for worse, that is just a memory that I'll always carry from freshman year on. Games wise, there's so many things to point back to, but it's really just all the in between. I think that I always reflect on when I think of who, my best friends staying in touch, whether it's, at this point, meeting up at weddings or trips that we can try and make. to all see each other. It's just always the reminiscing on the in-betweens, which was the trainings, the practices, the bus rides, the hotels, just so many little, memories and inside jokes. And it's those things that really add a lot of color to me when I think back on that time, those 4 years with, some of my best friends to this day.
Yeah, I get to verify and validate that a little bit because your housemate and one of your closest friends, Chad Carlson, being an assistant coach of mine. I know you guys are in a consistent text thread and you stay in touch, and I think that's one of the beautiful things about Hope College is it's a great 4-year window, but it never leaves you. And I get to see like I said, validate your life with Chad and Cody and Ty and the guys, and it's just really neat to see that those things continue. You guys are spread all across the country, but you're still together essentially, which is awesome.
Yeah, it really has been. I was actually just reflecting on this with my wife of just we are truly like so spread out. I know the majority of our friend group is still kind of like in the Midwest there, whether that's like Grand Rapids, Holland, Chicago. But Keith Brushweiler's all the way in San Francisco, and before that, some of our friends were in Portland, and I'm all the way out here in New Jersey. And yet every year we find at least one weekend, to make it work somewhere. And it's not always coming back to Holland. Everyone has gone out to Seattle and San Francisco and Portland before. People have come all the way out here to New Jersey. We've done Nashville. Having a few weddings in years past was definitely like a good excuse to always have like one event that we were all planning around. But that is a Hope difference where like that community and that friendship really will never die. And I think even with teammates or friends who maybe I'm not as close to on the day-to-day, even those reach out. It's like picking up right where we left off. And it is just like that fellowship and that brotherhood that's already, I think, cultivated at Hope, but specifically within the athletic program. From basketball, volleyball, baseball, football, there is just such a cohesion there that is really special, and I think is very unique, especially in a Division III setting like this, that makes Hope, exactly, so special.
Yeah, and I appreciate you saying that because we talk about that so often in the recruiting process, and we talk about those stories and how this is a place that springboards just lifelong relationships, and you're a testament to it, and it is just a real thing. Hey, let's talk a little bit about your athletic experience, the growth you experienced over your course, your 4 years here, and maybe how that growth has just benefited you now, life after Hope.
Yeah, that's a great question, because I think obviously 4 years of competitive collegiate basketball is one thing, but the rest of your professional life is another, and there are so many things that you take away from that time, whether you realize it in the moment or not, that will impact you in the next stages in the next courses of your life. I think for me the biggest thing is I felt like I made the biggest jump as far as just my performance and my ability to play at the highest level from my freshman to sophomore year. And I think that freshman year, you go from being big fish in a small pond in high school, you feel like you've really leveled up, you're feeling really on top of everything, to then going freshman year and it's like a full reset. And so playing time is looking different. Things that moves and the speed at which you were working at that was working back in high school is not working all of a sudden. And so freshman year was just a moment of kind of recalibration for me. And I think it would have been very easy for me to just kind of throw in the towel. And it's like, what, like this isn't working. Or I think you see this a lot nowadays. It's just like, all right, well, I'm just going to go somewhere else where I can immediately have it all on my plate, fed to me, and transfer somewhere else. And I think having to stick with it, realizing that there were things that needed to be worked on, knowing that was attainable, and then making that jump from freshman to sophomore year, where sophomore year felt, okay, I'm way more in my groove, feeling like I can really play my game to the best of my abilities. That is such a valuable lesson, and it just repeats itself over and over and over again, where if something is not, and it sounds cliche and like basic, but I think that's for a reason. It's because that is always going to come up in life, whether that's professionally or like personally in relationship. Knowing that something maybe is not at its fullest potential in the moment is not a reason to, call it quits and hit eject. Sometimes you just have to work it, and sometimes it's not immediate, and that's okay. Nothing that's worth attaining is usually going to be immediate. It's going to take work. It's going to take, putting your hours in and training and working and practicing. And that's going to make it more worth it when you do attain it. So I think that that's really been the biggest lesson and mindset coming out of my 4 years at Hope, is applying that to moments of, okay, now at work, if I'm trying to go for that next promotion, or there's a role that I'm interested in, how can I set myself up for the best success there, even if I don't feel like it in the moment? I know that I can get there, but right now it just is going to take work. And then trusting that process I've found invaluable to me.
Well, geez, we could have a 30-minute podcast on that subject alone with today's athlete, because when times are tough, kids bail. And so you're a testament to kind of the benefit of the whole experience, and to grind through, embrace challenges, and look at where you are now. So it certainly benefited you to just buy in and bet on yourself, basically, which is awesome.
Totally.
A few minutes left here. I want to hit on a couple other things. If there's a person on campus, when you think back of your time at Hope, that really impacted you and made a big difference in your life, who might that be?
Oh, I mean, shoot, I think it's got to just be you, Coach.
I'm
serious.
I know that.
I'm joking, but I'm serious. I'm joking, but I'm serious. Truly, the entire coaching staff will always have just such an impact on who I was as a player and who I was as a person and as a man. I could not have asked for a better group of coaches to just be around us all in the day to day. Outside of that, which is the most obvious to me, I definitely have to say big shout out to my man Jerry Root. Rooter, that is truly, he is the man and known and beloved by so many around Holland. I hope that he's working on his golf game somewhere, just working on the drives, working on the short game, but he is instrumental to my walk in faith, without a doubt. I would not be the same Christian as I am today without him. Really came to me, as I kind of mentioned earlier, just at a time in freshman year that was really tough and adjusting and feeling a lot of stuff kind of, give way that I base a lot of my identity on. He was just so present and so patient and so gracious in just walking with me through that season. To the point where, he was truly my mentor, all through college, meeting, just about almost every Friday morning, going over what was going on in my life, what was going on in his life, reading the word together, going through book studies, things like that. That it was really, really special. And I really hold that with, it's really dear to my heart, because I think those relationships, you have that with friends, and that is one thing, like a colleague or, a contemporary of yours. But to have that with someone who is older than you, kind of like what you see, in the Bible, of like these Paul and Timothy relationships, where someone who has been through so much and has wisdom to share, that meant a lot to me. And that's something that in my own personal, faith journey, I want to one day be that for someone else as well.
Awesome. That's awesome. And he's still impacting lives today. So you hit on a great man.
Yeah.
Hey, final question. I just want to ask you if you had any advice for our current student athletes that you could offer from your time at Hope, looking back and kind of speak to them real quickly. What advice would you give our current student athletes?
Yeah. Oh man, again, not to stay away from the cliche, soak it up. That's a given. It really flies by so quickly. I think the most genuine advice that I could give is just buy into the team. The idea of a team only being able to function if everyone buys in to its highest potential. And that is tough in an athletic sense when only 5 people are on the court at one time. That's tough when some players are just not going to get the same type of playing time. But I think in every single successful team and organization, it's when everyone buys into it is not about me, it is about us. So that means that some people will have more shine, but it's everyone buying in practice. It's pushing each other. It's having a standard and sticking to that. It's keeping one another accountable. It's a total buy-in to seeing the group succeed over the individual. I think that especially where Hope is just as speaking, directly as a basketball program, the MIAA is tough. Division III in the Great Lakes region is very, very tough to get out of. And it is the teams that buy into everyone together. It doesn't matter who scores or who does what. I think, I was just watching UConn yesterday, and that team, I think, really exemplifies people who are just bought in. You have a guy like, Donovan Clingan, who's a 7-footer who has won the national championship his freshman year. He comes back, he's battling with injuries. He doesn't make it all about him. Because he's been there and he knows what it takes to make sure that, getting transfers like Cam Spencer, like up to speed and feeling comfortable and knowing that, hey, he has a hot hand right now. That to me is those are what champions do, from top to bottom. So that would be my advice to, players below, is just bring that up, cultivate that within your teams of just total buy-in to the group.
Well, I would tell you, as a coach, I can't think of better information to share with our current athletes. And then coming from you, one of our most decorated, if not the most decorated basketball player to play at Hope, and you're talking about buy-in, you're talking about team first, and that means a lot. And I think current athletes and then prospective recruits can really resonate with that and benefit from it. So I appreciate that advice.
Yeah.
H, I appreciate your time. I'm so happy with what you're doing and how you're representing our program day in and day out. Excited for Christy doing her thing, and can't wait to get out to see you guys. We missed you in New York. Sorry about that.
I know,
when
chips in the night. I was so bummed.
Yep. But hey, appreciate your time, and man, as always, you're the man. Appreciate you, buddy.
Appreciate you, Coach. Thank you so much for having me on.
You betcha. Go Hope.
Go Hope.
All right, welcome back. We have got a little update on how things are going with the Orange and Blue Fund right now. Orange and Blue is up to $36,349.41. Love those folks putting in the pennies, as well as the big dollars, right? Like, that's awesome. Sports giving. We've got baseball at $887 total on the cheered for list. So close to that $1,000 mark. Men's basketball, $4,300. Women's basketball, $2,300. Cheer, $1,400. Men's golf, $2,600. Women's golf, $50. Let's get a little bit of some competition between men's golf and women's golf. Women's golf, let's find ways to increase that up a little bit. Men's soccer, $2,500. Women's soccer, $6,600. That is $365 coming in this morning. $842 for football, very close to that 1,000 mark as well. $1,300 for men's lacrosse. Women's lacrosse, $5,750. We're going to be talking to Coach Keegan Pontius in just a little bit, but way to go, women's lacrosse. Cross country, $680. I don't know if we've got that separated from men's and women's, but $680 coming from both of them. If we combine women's track and men's track, we're over 1,000, so that's exciting. Men's women's swim, they're still in the pool. Guys, they're still swimming and doing like amazing. Some really great races. Check that live stream out and see them go. I think that they're going to start giving here in just a little bit. Volleyball, $1,900. Thank you, volleyball fans. Really appreciate your love. Softball, $816. Again, $625 overnight. That is fantastic. Men's and women's tennis, right around almost getting to $200. Men's, women's tennis. Let's continue to step it up. So we have got a new little toy here, Darren. This is from Lauren Lee brought this by. This is one of the things that kind of keeps our practices going during the season. And it's got like a little DJ tab on here. So we're like, ready. We might have to add that for the Minute to Win It games. I don't know. We get a great gift, a little cheer.
Why not? I think that's a great idea.
We'll mix it up. Oh, boo. Anyway, what are some of the things that you're taking away from this, Darren?
Well, this morning we had a great opportunity to talk to Coach Mitchell and Clayton Dykehouse from the basketball team. That one for me was very personal because I went to school here with Coach Mitchell, and I learned actually some very important life lessons from him during my time here. And to see that come full circle, I actually was, his mom and I were in the Parks and Rec business together, so I knew his mom for many years. And to see him, and then to see a player like Clayton come in who wants to make not only an impact on the court, but he wants to be an educator. He wants to work with kids. I've seen him work with kids already, and he's already making an impact. So to see Coach Mitchell kind of come full circle from a student athlete himself to what he's doing now, to the impact he's having on players like Clayton Dykehouse, that was a proud moment for me. It's just great to see your friends make something happen, and make something happen that's very special. And that certainly was the case with men's basketball today.
Love it. I have just really been enjoying the conversations. I do feel that Hope Athletics is in a really amazing place right now. There's a really good vibe up and down the hallway between the coaches, between student athletes, different teams. I think that whole one team kind of idea is really taking hold, and we see a lot of support from one team to the other to try to make the most out of these 4 years and this experience. And so,
well, we talked about it just a little while ago, and highlighting you, and we've got Lindsay Engelsman here today, by the way, once again, producer extraordinaire.
Running the board, doing it all. And after this, she's going to run back over to the swim meet and, I don't know, probably make sure that the timing equipment is running. She does everything. She does everything for Hope College, folks.
But, I really want to emphasize the point that I made in our last conversation, is that somebody who doesn't necessarily work here like you do, what we see as fans, as outsiders to some degree, we see a really amazing team of people. How many times did we hear yesterday, that our team went to go to the football game and we sat on the hill, or bringing in recruits for baseball or football, and they come to a basketball game. Same thing with volleyball. I was supporting this, supporting that. That happens all the time, and it's not unusual. That's typical. That's what you do here, and we see that. And I don't know if all of you truly realize that. And it really comes down to the leaders that you have, all the way down to anybody and everybody that's a part of Hope Athletics in some way. It is a wonderful team of people, and you showcase that beautifully.
The Orange and Blue Fund is helping Hope Athletics in lots of different types of ways to be able to provide for more competitive excellence with equipment, with assistant coaching expertise, with professional development for coaches and leadership development for student athletes, to transformational experiences like SEED, transformational experiences like mentoring relationships with Team 43 reps, transformational experiences that might be like team travel experiences that we don't happen every single year. We don't have budgets for that type of thing. This year, the volleyball team went to St. Louis to Wash U to play, and we had a little bit of downtime in our schedule. We went to this place called the City Museum. Have you been to?
I've never been there, no.
This place is absolutely nuts. It's a combination children's museum / I don't know what, historical museum. It was absolutely crazy. We did like a photo scavenger hunt in there, and I had the time of our lives. Those are the little things that our student athletes are going to remember for beyond the court experiences, right? There are certainly wins and losses that we remember. There's a process that happens during the course of a season where we gain skills and learn things about ourselves. But there's also fun to be had and ways to be able to engage in these different experiences that really make memories and provide that feeling.
Think about what you just said. You are a part of a program and a team that made it to the national championship match. And yet here you are talking about some of the other experiences that you had off the court. How many times have we heard that throughout the course of the last multiple hours, whether it's a seed trip or something else or a bus ride? There's been some transformational experiences happening with our Hope College coaches and student athletes that are happening everywhere, on and off the court or field. That's pretty spectacular.
When people would talk about watching us play this past year, they'd say, yeah, you guys are really good. But what's really most important, or what we identify most, is that you guys have a lot of fun. And those are the compliments that mean the most to me. But we don't have a lot of fun if we don't also kind of train that, right? How are we having a lot of fun? We heard our women's tennis team talk a little bit about that, of how that's just something that they're known for. In a sport that is, typically very reserved and proper, that they are trying to showcase their enthusiasm and how much fun that they're having. And folks, that is so Hope. That is so Hope College. And so I want to just, the Orange and Blue Fund goes towards all these really kind of benefits. It also goes to helping our teams have fun in this experience. Those little extras that go a long way in making these experiences great. So if you support that, if you want Hope to continue inspiring other teams to be able to do, to not just think about this experience as about the intensity of sport, but the fun that can be had in this. Conversation with Coach Mitch about winning the bench game tonight, and making sure that their bench is going to be more enthusiastic than their opponents. Again, that's Hope.
That is, and think about this. We had the opportunity to talk with the cross-country teams yesterday, and I could not get out of my head how Connor, not only a phenomenal runner, but he's also in theater and is very good at it. And Molly, I don't know if I can ever look her in the eye and not call her Meatball. Yeah. I mean, these young people have fun. And again, you talk about that community feel. How many times do we heard, whether it's the seniors or captains, whatever, making sure that the incoming teammates that they're going to have feel welcome, feel a part of the program, feel a part of the Hope experience. Again, this probably happens other places, but not like it does here. And so the opportunity to be a part of it through the Orange and Blue Fund, what an opportunity to experience what the whole family's all about.
And if we look at the leaderboard, you're seeing Anchored Tuition doing really well with regards to Hope Forward. The prison education program is doing really well. The Hope Fund, Awakening. These are different, and all the different discretionary budgets that are included in Day of Giving are those funds that are used to be able to provide the little bit extra, the stuff that isn't necessarily, on the budget every single year as operating expenses. We know what it costs to be able to get our team to some of our opponents to play. We know what refs cost. We know what food is going to cost, that type of thing. When we want to be able to provide a little bit extra, it's got to come from somewhere. And other departments feel the exact same way, right? Like engineering, chemistry is trying to provide some of those little extras. This is happening all over the college today, folks, with Day of Giving. And we just encourage you to give to what you love. If you were a student athlete at Hope and you gave to the Orange and Blue Fund, but you also remembered some of those transformational experiences that you had in the natural and applied sciences and the humanities, through your res hall, through your Greek life, or whatever it is that you might have been involved with at Hope. You can make multiple gifts. They don't have to be a lot. We care about the number of gifts that are coming in, because that is going to make a connection. When you give to something you love, you demonstrate that you're going to continue that connection. And you know what I think? I think that's ready. That's
very much so.
Something
Very
worth
much
cheering
so.
about.
I love it. How many times did we hear, to your point here, how many times did we hear about not just the faculty here at DeVos Fieldhouse, the kinesiology department, athletics department? We heard other people's names in different departments throughout the college yesterday. and I'm sure we're going to hear some more today. So you bet there's an opportunity to give in a variety of ways. This just happens to be for athletics, the Orange and Blue Fund. Hey, whatever happens, always go Hope.
We are going to be coming right back with women's lacrosse. Can't wait to get this interview going.
What interested me about the SEED program was just the opportunity to step out in my faith and do something like way out of my comfort zone that I knew I would grow in and become closer to Jesus with.
I love God and I love Hope Athletics, so when I found out those could come together in Ghana, Africa, I thought it was a great opportunity to get out of my comfort zone and get a new perspective on my faith.
And I've always wanted to go on a mission trip, but never really had time in high school because of sports and just being involved in so many different things. So when I saw this opportunity, I was like, okay, I definitely need to apply.
I think I really did grow closer in my relationship with Jesus, and just through the experiences I had with my teammates especially, and with all the kids there and all the people, it was just amazing.
The fellowship that we have as believers and the fellowship that this team had really showed me that, hey, this is more about him, making him more and making ourselves, our individual selves, less.
Our main goal in Ghana was sports ministry and distributing water filters. So a lot of that involved running sports camps for the kids, which may seem kind of ordinary, but a lot of these kids had never seen a baseball or never seen a frisbee.
I ran the standing long jump station, and they just loved it, and I loved seeing them improve on their long jumps, and they were just having so much fun. And even though we didn't necessarily speak the same language, all of us, we were communicating through sport, and it was awesome.
I remember one of the days we were at a school and we played a huge game of dodgeball, and it was probably the most fun I've ever had, honestly. We were all drenched in sweat. It was so hot, but we're competing against the kids, and they were nailing us. Just honestly a huge day of fun. We would do that, and then we talk about God, and then we talk about how God helps us through sports and works with us. So that was really cool.
Initially, when we were kind of setting up the water filters, you could tell that there was kind of a general excitement with the people that we were working with.
We would fill a bucket with normal, dirty water that they wouldn't be able to drink before, and when we put it through the filter, and it would come out clear in the water bottle we had. And they were a little bit skeptical at first. Once they saw that on the next round of the filter demonstration, there was one guy, he just chugged the whole thing in excitement. He couldn't contain himself.
It is seriously one of the most amazing things I've ever experienced. And not only is it fun, but it's the people that I went on this trip with, we're a family now. We are always hanging out, we're talking all the time, and there's just so many positives. I can't say one bad thing about it.
I think just how rich they were in God's love, even though maybe they weren't rich in our mindset in the United States, was another thing that I was able to bring back with me.
I've learned a lot about the little things that can make a big impact, and I've also tried to take some of that boldness that they have, that shame-free, just worship, give everything you have, that joy that they had that was contagious to everyone else. I've really tried to bring that back.
I'm more aware of just keeping God at the center of my life, and I'm more aware of times that he's not at the center of my life or in the center of some aspect of my life. And I'm trying harder to make God the center of everything, because that's the goal of any Christian's journey.
Welcome back. We're here with women's lacrosse. Excited to get this going. Coach Keegan Pontius, Elena Salazar, welcome to the H Club Lounge, as we're calling this. Let's start off with just kind of giving us a little bit of your background, how you got to Hope.
Ooh. All right. Well, I definitely didn't know I wanted to coach lacrosse. So No, I am originally from West Michigan, so I grew up here, and my parents are still around here. But I was recruited to go to school and play some lacrosse at Seton Hill University, and then went out there, was able to stay for 5 years and got a master's, so that was fun. But then some random guy named Tim Schoonveld called me one day and was like, hey, Keegs, would you be interested in maybe coaching women's lacrosse here? You know, our coach is retiring. And that threw me for a loop. And so I said yes, but I can't think about it at this moment because my team was actually going into NCAAs for like the first time in program history. So pretty pumped, but also could not think about a job, and had no clue that I wanted to coach lacrosse. So I got lucky. Scooney threw me a bone, I would say, when I was really young, coming out of college. But that's how I got here, and very fortunate for that phone call, I would say. But also, I don't know, it was really lucky. I'd say that.
So how old were you when you took this job?
I want to say like 22, maybe
Oh.
just turned 23. So, yeah, too young, I would say.
As somebody that took over a head coaching job when I think I was 24, I would echo the too young, too young.
Yep.
you learn a lot.
Oh yeah, I joke with them. This is a senior on our team, but I was bad at my job for the first 2 years, and it's like, yeah, I had to get better. Like, I didn't even know who I wanted to be or who I was before I was trying to, you know, grow a culture and a team based around like what we believed in. So it was really good growth period for me.
Well, I will say this as one of your colleagues, and say this to the Hope College athletic community, that she is amazing, and that we are so glad that you are at Hope, because you are mission oriented, you are driven, and you really care about all of the other aspects of the experience that your student athletes have. And I hope we really kind of get to hear a lot more about that, because I think you're one of the young stars in coaching, and have been so impressed. So
Thanks.
Elena?
Yeah, so when I was searching for a college, the only thing that I knew was that I wanted to play lacrosse. I kind of looked all over the Midwest at different schools, and I was actually going to commit to a different school, and Hope was not on my radar at all, mostly because my older sister toured here a couple years before, and she didn't like it at all. But she ended up at MSU, so it makes sense why she didn't like it.
We're not for everybody.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
But I remember I didn't play travel lacrosse the entire summer before my senior year, just because I was over it. I kind of had a plan, knew what I was going to do, and then my coach was like, you should come to one practice, like I want to talk to you about something. And I was like, okay, so I did. And she told me when I got there, she was like, I really think you should check out Hope College. Like, I really think you'll love it. Like, I was talking to the coach, she's looking for attackers. I think you should just give it a chance. And so I think like within the next month I was on campus, and you know, I was here for 5 minutes before I was like, I love this place. Like, and I was very set on going somewhere else, and I was like, this is the place that I want to be. And it only took me five minutes to realize that, you know. And throughout the process, like the couple months following that, I would receive like handwritten letters from like my admissions rep, from professors, and I was like, that is just so like such solid evidence that like this is the place where I belong. So yeah, Holland's a wonderful place, and Hope's been a perfect place to call home. So yeah.
Shout out to Hope faculty who are part of that letter writing campaign.
That was not something I experienced at any other school that I was looking at. So yeah, super special.
That's awesome.
Good for you. Lena, where are you from?
I'm from the east side of the state, Heartland.
Okay.
About 2 hours from here. So.
I kind of snicker because my future son-in-law's from Heartland.
Really?
So yeah, that's kind of cool to hear that. I didn't know that. So I get the pleasure of announcing your games. We've got one tomorrow at noon apparently, which I didn't know. But anyway, so I got to tell you, I want to come back to you. First of all, I can totally see Scooney calling you and say, "Hey, Keegs," I can see that very, very easily. But okay, so you came in, you didn't think you were a very good coach company. I would disagree. But anyway, you have certainly developed this team into something really, really special. And obviously it comes down to players too, but I mean, you have really established, I think, a very nice culture, a very team-oriented camaraderie there that's just been, that's typical of any Hope College team, really. How did that happen? I mean, what do you think, what are some things that really came into play that helped you get to at least where you wanted to be right now?
Yeah, that's a loaded question.
It is.
A lot.
We've got time.
Yeah, I guess. I would say definitely like it's about, we focus every day that it's about the process. So like for me, just looking back over the past 5 years, like that's a process, right? And just even thinking again, when I did come in, I think about all the kids that I was like, all right, you can be good at lacrosse, but like we got a long way to go, you know? And just I think investing in them and realizing like this can be something special just because, you know, this is a great place. But I think the few biggest things just based around our culture, I'm definitely, like I would say, the kind of coach that wants them to do a lot of it. I should not have to say anything on game day because I've done my job and like they're showing up. And I think that, you know, so I ask them more, like they teach me about who I need to be every day. And I think just last year, like with this senior class, because this is my first like full recruiting class, you know, leaving our program. So I think it was kind of cool last year, or 2 years ago, we talked about just like what we want to be based around because they were building the program, right? And we actually came up with our fun word DELP, D-E-L-P. And, you know, we just kind of sat in my office and thought about all the real things of life that should come out of lacrosse, but like it's through lacrosse that you're becoming, you know, an unreal human, that you're becoming confident and you're, you know, treating your teammates well because you're gonna have to do that in life and all the things. So it stands for doing what's right. You're gonna earn the right in anything that you do in life, and then love first and people stay. So we're just trying to make sure that we live that out every day. We have like our little team tokens that, you know, like hopefully you put on your nice ring every morning and you think about like doing the right thing in life. So I think that really helped just to figure out something that would like bond us together to hold each other accountable, number one, and number two, to like have a standard, right? And just make sure that if you're not upholding that, well, you're gonna struggle, but we're here to help you.
One of the coolest things to see with you in particular and your team, I started announcing lacrosse a few years ago, but watching that process, and then especially last year, you had such a wonderful team. And you win the league, you win the MIAA tournament. And I just told Elaine a little while ago, I love it when she scores because her name is so fun to say on the mic. But watching you really just take this team and turning it into something special, just getting better and better. I mean, even if when you were behind, even in the press box, we'd sit there like, okay, we're going to be okay. Because there was just something about this group of young ladies that somehow found a way to get over the hump. And I'll never forget, you know, after that tournament championship, I mean, there you were just kind of in a quiet place and taking it all in. And I wish I would have taken a picture because I think you were happy for the championship, obviously, but I think you were more happy for the way this team came together and put it all together like they did. Can you describe that?
Yeah, first I would attribute it to Wall Ball University, we call it. WBU. It's something last year that we kind of had, we call it our oh crap moment, and we were like, okay, we need to figure out like what it's going to take for us to win. And we were playing so much wall ball, and that's definitely like, I think what allowed them to become resilient and see the hard work just paying off, right? And like that's a really realistic thing in our game where if you're good with your sticks, like we have to run less. And so we don't condition much because we're pretty good with our sticks. And like that's what we believe in. And then it finally fell into place last year on the field where, you know, we were scoring goals in 7 seconds off the draw control. Like that's kind of pretty cool.
That's awesome.
And so I think last year, just being in that moment, I think I sat in my car and like cried for about 10 minutes. I was just so happy. I was like, we did it. And I think just like all my friends reaching out and stuff of like all the hard work over the past 5 years, like finally settling in that it was working. So I think that was pretty cool in my eyes. But it was cool to see them just get that gratification that we always talk about. Like it's the process, obviously, but finally like it fell into place. So, yeah.
Elena, could you describe that a little bit as well? Watching you play and continuing to get better and seeing your teammates come together like that. What was that like?
It was like the most special moment I remember last year was like when our 3 captains walked up, grabbed the trophy, and then they paused for a second, and then I don't know what happened in between, but then we all just started sprinting out towards them and like cheering, jumping, whatever. Like that was the most amazing moment I've had my entire career through Hope Lacrosse. But I just think it was super cool to see like how lacrosse aside, like it was more of like a team dynamic.
Yeah.
That's what got us there. Like WBU, I attribute it to that. But at the same time, I think it had a lot to do with like our team chemistry. Last year's team was something I've never been a part of before. I think we had a really, really special bond. I think we kind of found our identity and like who we actually were, mostly on spring break actually when we were in Nashville, just through cool experiences with that. And I think that was the moment when it kind of all came together and we realized that like we're a family, we're here for each other 100% of the time. And yeah, I've never experienced a feeling like that before, and it's only because like I have that such a special bond with all of my teammates, every single one of them.
It was, even for someone like me, that was such a wonderful thing to experience. I was so happy for you because being a young coach and really seeing it all come together, watching players like you in a sport that quite frankly I still don't know a lot about, but it is so enjoyable. I tell people all the time, when you do games here, it's a whole different animal. But watching some of these additional sports that take place here at Hope College and watching not just the success, the wins and losses, but to see that component come together, like for you, that was, watching you win last year was pretty amazing. Can you tell us, Elena, you talked a little bit about what drew you here and why you're here at Hope College. What are some of the other things that you are involved here? So if I'm a recruit coming in down the road, besides lacrosse, what are some of the other things that you are involved in that make this place special to you?
Gosh, lacrosse takes up a majority of my time. So I guess I would just say I'm super involved in the Holland community in general. Like our team, we do a lot of volunteering and stuff like that at places we go to. Benjamin's Hope a lot. We've done stuff with Compassionate Heart, and that stuff is just super meaningful to me. And that's not something I probably would have done outside of lacrosse. So having lacrosse bring that opportunity to me is super cool. And I know that a few of my teammates, since doing stuff with them as a team, have gone there individually, and that's something they really enjoy doing. But I'm not involved in Greek life or anything like that. I'm a part of the kinesiology club, which is exciting for me because I'm an exercise science major, maybe not for other people. But that's super cool, and we do a lot of alumni events. They do pickleball tournaments, basketball tournaments, stuff like that. I used to be an engineering major, so when I was doing that, I was part of the Formula racing team for a little bit, which was very interesting, but cool nonetheless. And yeah, just work opportunities. I worked at DeVos for a few years, so yeah, it's been really a unique experience. I work a lot.
You do?
Yeah. I work at other places not involved with Hope, but I had 2 jobs this semester, so it's been busy.
So I believe it was it Ms. Segura yesterday with Matt Margaroon was here, and she talked about Benjamin's Hope last night as well, about the impact that's had on your team.
Amazing, yeah.
So Coach, same question to you. What do you tell recruits coming here about the experience that they could have if they came to Hope College outside of lacrosse?
Yeah, I think the fact that it's well-rounded is pretty cool. Something that I had in my education as well. And I think just even taking different classes and being a liberal arts, you learn so many things that you think that you don't even know, and then you got to use it someday, and you pull it out and you're like, oh, I learned that, right? I think that's pretty cool. And just knowing that I think that we have the community to support us, like Elena's saying, I think that's really cool. And I would say the package that I sell is just the fact that you're actually going to be cared about. I think sometimes, even in just hearing from different recruits and maybe the recruiting journey, I think it's sad if you don't have people in your corner that you want to be on a good team and you want all of those things, but if you don't actually have the people to get you there, it's going to be a struggle. So I think that's the coolest thing. And I wouldn't say it's necessarily like certain activities that we're doing. It's just being able to hang out and probably have an environment where you can just do whatever you want, and in a good way, where it's like you're playing lacrosse if you want to do that, or you're doing more of that, or you're going to chapel every day, and we got people that lead Bible study, and like all of those things come out of this place, and you probably wouldn't have that in your life, you know, or have those experiences if you weren't here. So, yeah.
That's great.
Go ahead.
One of the things that the Orange and Blue Fund supports is the professional development for our coaches. And as a young coach, you've been, pretty actively involved in these What Drives Winning conversations. Mentioned it a little bit yesterday, but What Drives Winning is a group that does some consulting with different athletic departments and coaches around trying to better connect and grow the young people that they get the opportunity to work with. Becky Burley, Brett Ledbetter. Can you talk a little bit about the ways that What Drives Winning specifically has had an impact on you as a coach?
Yeah, so first, definitely shout out to them. I hope they look us up and are watching this a little bit today. But yeah, I think the first time that Hope brought it up, I was invited to go to a conference, I think, with some other, maybe it was all females, I'm not sure. But we went, and they actually changed my life. There was, Brett asked a question. He was just up on the stage, and he asked how many of you struggle in your marriage or have relationship problems and or are already divorced as a coach. And as I think there's administrators there, 75% of the room raised their hand, and I thought, holy crap, this is something I'm getting into, and I got to figure out what I want out of it. And so that was pretty powerful in my life of just knowing that, all right, I got to care for them. I don't have any kids, and I feel like I have 20 of them, right? So you have to manage and balance the lifestyle of, all right, I got to care for them, but also I just got married. I now have to care for a husband and make sure that I'm, supporting him and living our life the way that we want it to be before I can probably be good for them. So that was really a life-changing experience for me, just to know and think about who I wanted to be first. And then I think just managing our team and thinking through all the stuff that we do. We do a lot of journaling because I think it's good to get your thoughts out and, think about other things rather than just lacrosse. And so they constantly ask questions, right? And that's the concept of What Drives Winning, is getting out all of those things that are going to teach you how to win. And so we ask a lot of questions, and that's why I think that, again, I try not to tell them my opinions or my thoughts. What do they think? And so that's definitely changed our program, I think, in a good way. And again, I think first off, it helped me develop and think about who I wanted to be and how I wanted to live my life. So I think it's been really transformational in our program. So
I think one of the things that Tim Schoonveld has said a lot is a phrase that we've all heard is the speed of the leader is the speed of the team. And the ways that the Orange and Blue Fund provides opportunities to really invest in leadership is really significant and makes a difference, especially in the lives of young coaches. And when I said that we were too young when we took those jobs, it wasn't it's just I think anybody in their first couple of years of head coaching is too young, no matter if you've been an assistant for 20 years. You learn things in head coaching that you hadn't thought before. And it's not an easy job, so. Elena, can you talk just a little bit more about the ways that you see yourself transforming and growing through this experience?
I was shocked to have this much personal growth, I won't lie, through sports just in general. But when I came in as a little baby freshman, I had no sense of my identity as an individual. I just kind of thought I was going to come here, play lacrosse for a few years, have a lot of fun, and that was going to be it. But I have my eyes have been opened so wide through sports, and I always tell her all the time, it's only because of her. I had no idea who I was as an individual my freshman year, sophomore year even, and she has pushed me to become the best version of myself, because she saw so much potential in me, and like I didn't see that in myself at all. And so she would tell me every day, she'd be like, I know you can be a great leader. I just want you to like try this little thing, or just maybe talk just a little bit more at practice, like cheer each other on. Like that's something that'll help you inside as much as it's helping your teammates on the outside. And that wasn't something that clicked for me until probably fall this year, but it took almost 4 years, but we got there, and it's been like, I've seen just dramatic effects of it, and just being present in every moment and being able to just be myself and be authentic to who I am. Like people see that and they've noticed it. They've said stuff to me about it, and they respect me so much more as a leadership figure because of that. And I think that that's something that's really cool. And yeah.
We talk a lot in the athletic department about be strong, be true, right? The phrase from our fight song. And I think you just described the be true piece of it really, really well.
Yeah.
That finding of your identity and finding the potential that lies in you, that's fantastic.
So, again, going back to just being able to watch you play, to watch you coach, I don't know if you realize this, but even in the press box, I mean, we got to be careful how we cheer sometimes, and sometimes it's a lot, especially if there's a live stream. But I got to tell you, when you score, so we're standing up. I mean, there were a couple of games where we were just like, oh my gosh, what's that? And then something happened. We're jumping up in there like, score by so-and-so. Yeah, it's so much fun to see that we cheer for you. We love watching Hope teams compete, succeed. I feel like with women's lacrosse, there seems to be more and more support coming, whether it's actual fans showing up to any number of things. What is it like as a player and as a coach, especially if it's a big game, walking out of Van Andel and seeing people there and getting ready for this amazing game, this amazing opportunity, knowing that you get the kind of support that you do?
Go for it. Okay. It's really such a special feeling, especially since I'd say my freshman year and even my sophomore year, like we didn't have the most fans in the world. Like it was our parents out there and maybe a few friends. But our fan base has grown so much over the years, and I like go out into the community, or like if I'm at work and I'll be like, oh, I play lacrosse at Hope, and people are like, oh, you guys won last season, like that's really cool. Like I want to come to one of your games this season. I'm like, okay, you have no ties to Hope College at all, or Hope College women's lacrosse for that matter. But we would love to have you there, and I just think that's super cool to see that people know about us now and they want to come watch, because I think there is such a fun atmosphere, and I think that's kind of what drives our team, and our team like thrives off of that, I would say, is that we love supporting each other, and that's something that we take a lot of pride in, is just cheering each other on all the time, the good, the bad, like lifting each other up. And I think that's very visible when you're watching us. At least I hope it's visible when you're watching us on the field.
It is. It truly is.
And I think that translates a lot to just the people that come every day and to every game to support us, whether that's our parents, our siblings, or just our friends, or just random people throughout the community. So yeah, it means a lot. Yeah.
Cool.
We're going to play a game. You guys are going to compete against each other in a game. You can see the score is 13-11. Right now, Coach is in the lead. There's going to be 2 points on this game. So, Elena, you can tie this up. If you want to spin the wheel of games to figure out what game we're going to be playing. We're going to, this is the exploding balloon challenge. We're going to spin again because we realize that this game is pretty exhausting.
Yes, it is.
And you got a game tomorrow, and I don't.
We're not
like you might be cradling and be like, wow, why are my biceps so sore right now?
Oh,
so
my shoulder's out.
this
want
one
that.
we'll go ahead and give you a break off that one. Wow. Dice stacking challenge. This isn't going to make you sore. This is going to be great. All right, so we'll be back in just a couple minutes with the dice stacking challenge.
Hello, everyone. I am Keegan Pontius, the head women's lacrosse coach, and we are actually joined here in person with our nice alum, Shannon Lampy. She graduated last year, so she is fresh out of school. But we brought her back just to talk as our person for the Day of Giving, and we definitely just want to hear what she's up to in life right now. So Shannon, tell us a little bit about yourself, kind of about your 4 years a little bit, and then also like what you're doing now.
Of course. So yeah, I just graduated this past spring. I graduated with my bachelor's of science in nursing. Currently, actually a registered nurse now that I took my NCLEX back in September. Yes. Secured a job at Helen DeVos in the neonatal ICU, so I start that in March. But currently, right now, I'm just back at home in Chicago, waitressing, spending time with my family and friends before I head back to Michigan. Which right now I'm currently just getting ready, moving everything, and moving in within the next couple weeks. So yeah, I'm excited to start my journey as a nurse.
All right. Yeah, that's very exciting. Right out of school, getting after it. Okay. Are you still active in playing lacrosse in Chicago? Don't you guys have like an adult league and stuff?
Yeah. So I have seen a couple leagues. I've tried to get involved a little bit, but it's just kind of been hard and whatnot with my schedule because I'm currently waitressing right now. Um, but I do work out like 6 to 7 days a week, if not do something else that's active. I
Okay.
still have a lot of friends at home in the area. So I'm able to play lacrosse every now and then with old friends from high school and whatnot, passing around. But if not, trying to hit the wall every once in a while.
Okay, yes, get that wall ball in. I love it.
Yes.
It's definitely, I play in my old women's league, so it's definitely a lifelong sport if you want it to be. But yeah, that's, I feel like there's not many women's leagues around.
No,
Like,
it's pretty hard to
yeah,
get
exactly.
into something.
It's
Yeah.
so new still in the Midwest, but
Very.
very cool. And working out, you got the discipline still from being an athlete.
Yes.
It's important.
Yes, I don't think I can go a day without being active. or else
Okay.
I just don't feel like myself.
Yeah, that's very true. Good for you. Okay, so just tell me a little bit about one of your most like memorable experiences here at Hope and maybe as a student athlete.
Yeah. So I'd have to say early morning practices, as much as people
my
don't like them.
Okay.
I think they were very memorable, just in memories and just like getting stuff done. I feel like that's just a right way to start your day and whatnot. Like nowadays, now that I'm an adult, not in college, not really having still responsibility, but not like having to go to class. I think it's very hard to motivate yourself. So just
Yeah.
like having those teammates around in the morning, just getting your day started right, and then being able to just start off and have breakfast with your team and not really have to worry about having to do lacrosse. Like for the rest of the day, I mean, you got it done, but whatnot, if you have more time, like getting on the wall, but then just focusing on class and everything.
Yeah, no, that's a good one. I think we all enjoy morning practices secretly, right? But no, that's very true. Do you still get together with some of the girls, like as in the people that you graduated with, or even before? I know our program is really young, so I've been here for 5 years, and I think like Shannon, you know, we started to change it after once Shannon came in. So do you still talk to a bunch of the alum?
Yeah, I say even with Dell and I being the only seniors last year, we still have good communication with each other, reaching out every now and then.
Yeah.
But other than that, all the girls that still play on the team currently, I still talk to a good handful of them, if not even all of them. Whenever I'm able to be on campus, I'm able to run into them or grab lunch with them. And it's always great to just text and get updates on their life and how they're doing and how season's going.
Yeah.
And like looking forward with moving to Grand Rapids, I'm going to be able to come out to some of the games. So
Yeah.
I'm excited to see that.
Very true.
But yeah, it's just crazy watching them grow, especially like being graduated now, just seeing that they're getting to the point that I was in senior year. And it's just crazy,
It
especially
is.
seeing with where they came from.
Yeah, it goes so fast. Trust me.
Yeah.
Okay, what have you taken as a student athlete? Like, what experiences have you taken and just kind of brought through and brought into real life? Because obviously, being a nurse, you're going to be pretty disciplined and everything.
Yeah.
And I think that obviously is like what athletics is. Just learning all of that, character building. But what have you taken from Hope Athletics?
Yeah.
And what are you going to use in your real life?
I would say just being as a team unit, that's great. Being able to reach out to others and whatnot, I feel like that's going to transfer a lot into the nursing world since we are working on a team.
Yeah.
And I'm not just alone.
And you're saving people's lives. too.
Exactly. As well as like looking out for others. I feel like that's huge. And that really taught me like as an athlete, and that'll continue to grow. And then also time management. I feel like I have learned so much great time management skills at college, especially with balancing school and being a sport on a sport, just like a lot. And I feel like that'll transfer over a lot.
Mhm.
Just getting stuff done on time and whatnot, being
Yeah.
able to juggle all that with work.
Yeah. I was gonna say you're very good at thinking on your feet and go all the
Yes.
time. So I'm sure that will help you next year.
And I'd also say like communication, being able to talk to your teammates and your
Yeah.
coaches,
Mhm.
will also transfer a lot. Being able to communicate with families,
Mhm.
patients, doctors, and
Yeah.
everyone in the health field.
Yeah. That's very true. Those are awesome points. And you want to learn that, right? Without
Yes.
sports. So that's very cool.
Agreed.
Okay. Who else has made an influence in your life except for obviously me? I know I made you a great human, right? Just kidding.
Yes.
But who else do you feel like, has just influenced your life in a positive way?
Okay. I'm gonna have to actually shout out two people from Hope College. At least.
Okay.
I would say Annie, the trainer. Annie.
Okay.
She made very positive outlooks onto my life and whatnot. Not only as an athlete but as a human. Being able to have her build me up, as in making sure I was safe on my body and not coming into practice sore or anything, injuring myself even more. I feel like she was always there for everyone there, which was great having that at Hope, especially being that far from home. Not too far, but
Yeah.
far enough.
Yeah.
Just being able to have her there. And then also just like within communicating, making sure every teammate was okay. And then also shout out to Margaret's.
Okay. I
feel
mean, you're
like-
picking all the strength people here.
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like he was able to grow us a lot as a team. It was in strength and just like having that commitment, almost like you too, like getting up, being committed to those early morning practices with him, being committed to those early morning lifts,
Mhm.
and even the afternoon ones having to come in before practice, like
Yeah.
just keeping us all on our feet and keeping us positive. I feel like that really showed to everyone.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anybody else in your life like before school?
Yes.
Yeah. Who?
Uh,
Before Hope
I'd
College.
say honestly, my dad. My dad showed me a lot of my time management skills and just like being the human that I am today. Just keeping with, if you're having a bad day, just knowing there's more days ahead and it's
Yeah.
just one day and just let it go. I feel like, and just like having the work ethic that I have, wanting to work all the time and get better. I feel like he really showed that to me growing up, and I was able to transfer that into my college as well as into my future.
Yeah. That's a very good one.
Yeah.
Definitely true. You know how I feel about my father as well. They're the best
Yes.
humans in the world, right? So
Yes.
I get that one. Okay, if you had to leave any advice for like student athletes, not just our team, but like anybody here at Hope, what would it be?
Yeah, I would say living through every moment. The time flies by so fast.
Yeah.
4 years. By the time we got to the beginning of senior year, I just looked at my friends and I was like, this is the last year. Like, this is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And by the time it got to the end, it was just like, I can't believe it's already over.
Mm-hmm.
And just like enjoy the 4 years that you have, because they truly do fly by.
Yep.
Especially being an athlete, I feel like living in to every moment you have, that last goal and whatnot. Especially like last year, us winning. At my Delays, it was just like crazy, and just like living into that, because like those type of things don't happen all the time.
Yeah.
Especially like I remember you always quoting like, this time goes by fast.
Yep.
And it's like, it truly does. So
And
live
you
through
think
it.
I'm crazy until you live it.
Yeah. And now it's like I'm texting you being
Yep.
like, I wish I was back.
It's very true.
So,
No,
yeah.
that's great advice. And I think just every human, right? Like living out every moment you have, you don't know what
Yeah.
tomorrow brings. So being positive about it, I think that's definitely like what sport teaches you.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Especially being a student athlete, life can be stressful.
Yeah.
And I think just continuing to keep your head up and not letting yourself get so upset about something like that you're stressed about, because you're not going to get that time back.
Yep.
So there's no point of being upset about it for so long.
Very true. Very true. Easier said than done, right? But
Yes, very.
All right. What is this something that you're excited about just for like maybe our team or like Hope athletes in general? I know you had a few experiences when you were here, but I feel like you had some things that you were like excited that girls had the opportunity to do.
Yeah. Comparing to Hope to other schools, I feel like Hope opens up a lot of opportunities for girls that aren't offered.
Not just girls, right? Sorry.
Girls
We're
and
talking,
boys.
yeah.
Sorry. All
Athletes.
Hope Athletics.
Athletes.
Hope Athletics in general just provides stuff for, I just meant girls as in the team, but everyone in general.
Yeah, but what are you excited about? Didn't you?
I was most excited about the spring break trips. I
Okay.
know a lot of other schools don't offer that up, especially us being able to be there with our team, being able to play lacrosse and not just go home and have a break. Continuing to get that practice in, to continue off the season. And then also just looking at other things Hope offers, the sea trips. I think those are great. I actually never had the opportunity to do one, but I thought they were an amazing thing to have, especially being able to get out in the world and adventure things that people had never like been to before, like other countries, and just doing good things for others, which I think really showed a great impact that Hope has.
Yeah. And we definitely have a few girls on our team that are going this next summer. So that's so exciting. And then you studied abroad?
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
I did.
Tell us a little bit about that.
I did study abroad my junior summer going into senior year. I was able to take a Vienna trip after our season was done. It was a June term. So it was just a month experience. And I don't think if I went to another college, I wouldn't have had the experience I had. I know that other schools offer study abroad, but since it was a month-long program, like it wasn't a full year, I was able to still play lacrosse and have that experience that I had, which I think it was great.
Yeah. All right. A lot of great information today, but we just want to thank Shannon for she showed up in person, and I think it's better than talking over a computer screen. So we're glad she's here and glad she got to share her story. But yeah, thank you so much, and we'll talk to you guys soon.
Go Hope.
All right, Coach Keegan Pontius and Elena Salazar from the Women's Lacrosse Program are going to be doing the Dice Stacking Challenge. You remember the rules from the last time we did this, but the rules are that you are going to put the tongue depressor in your mouth, and then you are going to try and stack as many dice on top of that tongue depressor as you can in 30 seconds. So it is going to be the maximum number that you get to. And it is going to be a challenge from student athlete against coach. Coach, you'll go first. Let's get the timer started. On your mark, get set, go. 2, 3, that's a tight stack. 4,
20 seconds.
5, 6. Oh, I think you might have doubted yourself. 6.
I did.
You didn't have enough dice in your hand.
You know what? You gotta have enough like room in your hand to place it on the dice.
Oh, that's amazing. 6 is amazing. Good work.
All right, good luck.
All right, here we go, Elena.
2 points.
High bar here. High bar. All right, yeah, just get 7. Just all you need 7.
Don't smile, Lane. I'm good at that. Okay. Ooh.
On your mark, get set, go. Whoa. 1, 2,
20 seconds.
3,
15.
4. Go. You can do it. You got 10 seconds. Believe.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
go. The coaches get 2 more points. Man. All right. What's the score right now? 15 to 11. With 2 teams left to go, we've got men's lacrosse coming up right after this, and then the men's and women's swim and dive team. So let's get after it. All right. Hey, thank you guys so much for coming today. Good luck tomorrow in the first contest of the season, and keep it going.
At Van Andel.
Noon noon at Van Andel. Make your plans. Yep. All right. We are going to give you an update now on how Day of Giving is going. So we're going to rotate the camera and follow me. Yes. All right. We've got something to cheer for here, folks. Something to cheer for. There's the cheers. We are at $36,964 with 222 total gifts. That's the address of the DeVos Fieldhouse on Fairbanks Avenue. What, like serendipity, guys. Let's try to get that up. Yeah, absolutely. We are doing great, and we are super thankful again to the Borichter family, George and Sibylla, for their generous matching donation. That if we can get $1,000 for each of our sports teams at Hope, $1,000 from each team, they are going to match it with another $20,000. That means the world to what we're able to do with regards to providing this kind of transformative experience to student athletes. And like not just to the student athletes, but to the coaches who are entrusted with trying to make this an incredible experience for them.
This whole telethon, everything about talking with these student athletes and coaches has been an experience, a very, very good one. If you can't get excited about Hope College athletics, something's wrong. That's right. That's right. There's so many opportunities to be a part of the athletics program here. We've got women's basketball tonight. We'll have women's basketball tomorrow. We'll have women's lacrosse tomorrow. We've got other things happening, all swimming and dive going on right now at the Aquatic Center. There's so many opportunities to cheer on your favorite school, your favorite players, your favorite team members. What an amazing place this is. Man, if you can, please give to the Orange and Blue Fund.
We have got men's lacrosse coming up in just a little bit. We're going to go to swimming. We're going to change the schedule around a little bit. We're going to go to swimming here in just a second. The men's and women's swim teams are in the pool right now trying to win an MIAA championship. As like we said with regards to the cross country and track and field sports, it all comes down to this final weekend for them. None of their meets matter, like in terms of the development of the season. It all comes down to this one, and they are in the pool right now trying to get after it. So we give a shout out to them. Last week, we knew that this would be a big, busy time for the swim team. So Jake Tabor, our head men's and women's swim and dive coach, came out to the field house in order to have an interview with me. We had Delaney Westlock and Ben Catton come as well. If you haven't seen the article about Delaney in the Holland Sentinel, you need to check that out today because it's a really good one, and just what a wonderful person she is. And hopefully you'll catch that a little bit in the interview as well. So we are going to cut now to the video of interview with Coach Jake Tabor. Enjoy. Hey everybody, welcome to the Day of Giving Orange and Blue Fund-athon. Our men's and women's swimming and diving teams are in the MIAA tournament swim meet, like I'm in that mode. Volleyball mode. Swim meet this weekend, and so we wanted to make sure that they were included in this. And so we've got Coach Tabor here, as well as some of his student athletes that are going to be joining us in just a second. But wanted to talk a little bit with you, Coach, about the men's women's swim dive team. How are they doing this year?
You know, we're doing real well. It's a great group. You know, we've got a ton of senior leadership. I think you're going to see some of that here when we introduce a couple of student athletes here in a few minutes. But we're really excited about where we are as we're, you know, having this dialogue today, heading into our conference championships, and you know, hopefully the results are piling in the way that we expect.
Awesome, very cool. One of the unique, well, actually not so unique thing about you being a part of our coaching staff is that you are a Hope alum.
I am.
And so, can you tell me a little bit about why you chose Hope in the first place?
I can. I actually visited Hope with my mom spring of junior year, and I just remember passing through campus, and you know, there's that feeling that you couldn't really explain. And you know, I felt like I knew exactly where I wanted to go. I caught a big-time college football game in 1985 and was completely hooked on, you know, that particular university for the next, you know, 13 years of my life. And then I came to Hope, and it completely changed everything. I think the people here are absolutely what sets this place apart, and the experience that I had was very consistent with the one that I had anticipated, and I wouldn't trade it for anything.
Awesome. One of the things that's not unique, or that is unique, well, there are a lot of Hope coaches who have came to Hope for undergrad, but you have had the unique opportunity to coach at a couple other MIAA schools.
I did.
Without throwing anybody under the bus here, can you talk a little bit about maybe like a Hope difference?
Yeah, you know, I think I alluded to it a little bit, but you know, I think in many ways, Hope is just so intentional with how they go about things, and in the who that is here. Don't get me wrong, I am unbelievably grateful for the opportunities that I had, you know, before I was able to come home here to Hope. But you know, being able to be here and you know, do things to the skill in which we do, and the way that we go about things, you know, the way that we're resourced and you know, invested in is something that we are just incredibly grateful for.
Awesome. Who are some of the people that you've looked up to in your professional life?
You know, I have to start with JP, you know, Dr. Batna. You know, swam for Coach, and learned a ton. I also learned a whole lot about what I didn't know. But you know, I think kind of with that too, you know, as I got into the profession, you know, one of the other people that I talk to almost daily, I graduated with, and is the head coach at Alma College right now, Chris Hamstra. So, you know, it's kind of been fun to, you know, to be, you know, enter the college coaching, you know, world, you know, with Chris, you know, at the same time, and then start as a head coach, you know, with Chris at the same time, but then also, you know, consistently be able to, you know, to lean on JP the way that we did over the years. You know, and he's always just been an unbelievable mentor. You know, even when we were standing across the deck, you know, competing against each other, you know, he always wanted, you know, the best for me and programs that I was coaching, and I could just tell that he was excited when we found successes. It was really special my first year back here when, you know, it was Coach's retirement year, and you know, we were co-head coaches together. You know, I think that was, you know, technically the title. The reality of that was it was a mid-career internship for me, and you know, it's been great because we still get him out, you know, on Wednesday nights, you know, with the team, and you know, the team knows him, and you know, he continues to have a major impact in the opportunity and successes, you know, in lives of the student athletes that are here at Hope. It's great.
That's awesome. The last time you guys hosted the league meet, I went as a spectator and saw JP on the deck with doing some timing.
Yeah, we keep him involved when we can.
Keeping him going. That's awesome. What do you think are some of the hardest aspects of this job, and what are some of the things that give you the most joy?
I would say, you know, they kind of align, right? I mean, you're working with 18 to 22-year-olds every day. You know, I think there are, you know, times that, you know, with that, there are some challenges that you don't always anticipate. But in the next breath, you're unbelievably impressed and surprised with, you know, just the same. I would say one other challenge, admittedly, that we're faced with is, with the team size that we have and 6 lanes to the Dow, we run the same practice 3 times every day, just to kind of be able to get everybody through. So it's just it's a lot of time on the bricks at Kresge.
Yeah. You are mentioning the pool at the Dow, and this is Day of Giving, so this is the opportunity to be able to give those things that you love. Can you talk a little bit about? I'm sure that the Dow pool was state of the art when it was built, but no longer, right? So can you talk a little bit about maybe the challenges that come with being in a pool that old, filled with tradition, but also
right. Oh, I mean, unbelievably, fond memories at the Dow, and it is absolutely what we consider and call home. We haven't hosted a home meet since COVID. I think that's one of the things that the seniors are missing out on a little bit. But our combined roster is north of 70 swimmers right now, and we've got 6 lanes to work with. We traditionally will set up and train meters, but compete yards. And our blocks are grandfathered in a way where the way the starting blocks have changed over the course of the last 15-ish years. We don't get to practice on the blocks that we compete on either. So we're a little bit challenged that way. We do the best we can with what we have, but there's certainly an opportunity for us to be able to train a little bit differently, to help us align with the way that we're going to compete.
Can you talk a little bit about, like, if you're trying to recruit a student athlete to Hope, and you talk about the experience, the collegiate experience that makes Hope unique and different, but the school that they're looking at is got a pool maybe that was built in the last kind of 10, 20 years, right? What are the things that you're trying to do to create a little bit extra value that make them want to become a part of the Hope men's and women's swimming bag team?
Right. It's one thing that I worry sometimes is maybe not landing as well as its actual impact on a 16 or 17-year-old making that decision. But I challenge anybody in the country to find a team closer than ours. The dynamic and the support that we have, the way that the alums are continually invested in what we're doing and how people are doing, and the inquiries about what are they doing after Hope, professional opportunities and things of that nature. But I really feel like the people at Hope College, the opportunities that are here, but the team dynamic, and then I think when you tie it into where we are too, the tie-ins with downtown Holland, being in West Michigan, being close to the water. I mean, I've had to recruit against Hope. This place isn't fair in a lot of ways, and in the best possible way. But trying to kind of outline what the everyday is going to be, once somebody actually gets here. We try and create as much transparency in that process as possible, but also show and highlight, hey, this is who we are and this is what we're about. And your work becomes, can you see yourself in this environment? And kind of going from there.
To get a new pool would take a big gift. To be able to take your training trip down to Florida, a little bit more reasonable. Can you talk a little bit about that training trip and what types of benefit you see from that type of experience?
Yeah, we are fortunate. We took our 3rd ever training trip, down to Siesta Key back in December, and had a great experience. We're able to head down there. When Coach Patnott retired, one of the things that we did was establish the John and Phyllis Patnott training trip endowment, and that is one of those things that I think got off the ground pretty well right out of the gate, and has helped create the opportunity for us to go every other year. But being down there and in Florida, having the ability to not have any distraction and be just with this family, the entire time that we're there. We take steps forward from a dynamic and chemistry standpoint that you really can't quantify. We had our senior meet on Saturday, and one of our seniors' favorite memories, came from the trip on the way to our training trip. And it's one of those intangibles that we want to make sure, we talk about a transformational experience, and we want to be able to provide everybody with that.
That's awesome. So is that kind of like your recruiting pitch, is when you get really talented student athlete looking at Hope, what's the pitch to get them to commit?
I think it varies a little bit from one person to the next, right? We want to be authentic to who we are, create that transparency that we talked about, but also make sure that they know exactly what their student athlete experience is going to be. You're going to talk to two of our seniors here in a minute, and I think a lot of the dialogue that we had with each of them on the way into things was a little bit different, and that had a lot to do with what they were anticipating majoring in. You're going to talk to Delaney Westlock, and a nursing major who I think has had an unbelievable experience here. But one of the things that we chatted with Delaney about was making sure that she understood that, hey, nursing might present more challenges academically to a college athlete schedule than any other major, but we can do that here. Mm-hmm. And Delaney's first trip to the NCAA championships her sophomore year, the majority of our team at nationals happened to be nursing majors. Then you're going to talk to Ben Catton, and he took a little bit more of the business side of things here, and has been a Baker Scholar here at Hope, and has made the decision to attend the Booth Business School at the University of Chicago next year, the #1 B school in the country. So I think as we talk a little bit about dynamic and opportunity and relationships, and then kind of the X's and O's of swimming and maybe where we feel like we can go athletically, I think some of those are kind of the constants, but we also want to make sure that we know and understand what we can do with each of those. So
awesome. We got a little music in the background. Get through that. That's good. Hey, so kind of wrapping up about coming back to your collegiate experience, when you think a little bit about the types of things that you had the opportunity to have happen in your collegiate athletic experience, what are the types of things you're trying to recreate that you want your student athletes to share?
I joke on the front end sometimes that if somebody makes a decision to come to Hope, and be a part of this program, this family for 4 years, and their experience is only half as good as what mine was, that it's the best decision they could possibly make. I want them to love it. I want them to sit down at graduation and in the moment that they blink and 4 years of memories just kind of flood and overwhelm that moment, that they can open their eyes and smile and own the fact that they made the decision to swim or dive here at Hope. I want the relationships and the lifelong friendships and stories that you're going to laugh at when you're in your 40s like me now. I want all that for them. And I think some of that is dynamic and some of that is opportunity, and admittedly there's certain component that's tied to athletic success that just favorably works into that. But I want that for everybody here.
Awesome. Very cool. Thanks so much for sharing some of your
pleasure.
Thoughts and insights. We're going to cut right now to a video that describes Hope Reynolds, who is a Hope alum who went through a battle with cancer when she was a student athlete here, and won the Karen Page Courage Award through that battle. So we'll be right back with a couple of our student athletes. Here again, they are in the pool right now, swimming and winning championships, hopefully.
It all started like mid-July, end of July. I kind of noticed some changes, and actually Emma, my roommate, like she noticed it too. We were just at like a swim meet getting changed, and she was like, "Oh, like that looks weird," like, and we kind of just joked about it and didn't think anything of it.
It was kind of like we weren't really expecting it at first, and then as things like progressed with like testing and stuff like that, the biopsy, that kind of like made it a lot more serious, kind of like an unspoken like knowledge that like cancer could be an option like over the weekend.
And at that point, like I still was just like, this can't be anything serious, like I'm so young, and just kind of like had a normal weekend, studying for an exam like a normal college student. And then that Monday I had an interview with the PT school, so like I missed the 2 calls from the place where I had the biopsy done. And when I listened to the voicemail, like I just knew it wasn't good.
We were gonna kind of meet up afterwards, and like she was gonna let me know how it went and stuff like that, and yeah, we'll go from there. And I saw her outside of the Dow, and she was on her phone with her parents, and she had just gotten off the phone with the doctor, and I knew from like afar that it was not good.
Emma came over and she saw me crying, and she just knew, and she was the only one on campus that knew. And that was kind of like the first time when I got the real diagnosis, and it was a grade 3 metastatic invasive ductal carcinoma.
You know, she couldn't process it, we couldn't either. And it just, you know, to a healthy 21-year-old, this just didn't seem possible.
Initially, I was like really shocked and obviously like upset. Like I kind of remember like just being like, oh dang.
I think like my first thought was like, I don't have time for this. And it was just like so overwhelming with planning the logistics of it that I didn't have time to really focus on like how serious of a diagnosis this was. In swimming, like from when I was little, it was always taught to me like no matter how much pain you're in practice, like you take one more stroke and then you take another and you just keep going and you never give up. And I think that like that attitude and that mindset of just continuing to keep going no matter what has definitely helped me in my treatment. Like the first 4 rounds of chemo were tough because I was sick, I was nauseous, like I was not eating like I normally would. So just like accepting that and giving myself grace, and then like continuing to keep going. Like no matter how bad I felt, like just continuing to, you know, get up the morning of my next treatment and to go and just like take it as it comes.
You know, Hope was somebody that was always going to do the work. And you know, she was one of those people that showed up every single day and was really consistent.
The fact that she's able to like put a smile on her face and keep pushing each day is definitely very courageous in like what she's doing and how she keeps pushing through and not letting it like get the best of her, kind of. Just taking it one day at a time with her treatments, I know has been a big part.
She hasn't allowed it to slow her down, and I think that's, you know, again, her faith, and that's her perseverance, and you know, just her drive to do the things day in and day out. It's inspiring.
Knowing that it's going to be painful and it's going to be hard, but that's okay. Swimming definitely has taught me that, and I can't imagine what it would be like going through treatment if I wasn't a swimmer or like even an athlete in general. Like it's just that mindset helped so much. Before cancer, even like before COVID, I think that has changed me a lot as well. I was a very nervous individual, very anxious, like worried about the worst case scenario all the time. And I wasn't very confident in myself, and that kind of played into it. It was like I was always a people pleaser, and I tried to do every little thing to make other people happy, and I wouldn't really take care of myself necessarily. But it's different, like the little things don't bother me anymore, and I feel more grateful for the things that I have in my life, which I didn't necessarily like appreciate as much as I should have before.
Hope has definitely grown so much in this last like several months. It's been pretty amazing to like just see her grow individually and like spiritually.
You know, she is vibrant and happy and uplifting, and consistent and hardworking, but just genuine.
She's much more living in the moment and like super happy about like little things and doesn't get really stressed about changes or anything, and like nothing really seems to be a big deal anymore.
I've learned that like life is just too short to care about what other people think so much and to like worry about all the little things. It's whatever now. Like I'm just gonna be me, and if people don't like it, I've kind of just learned to accept that. So when I got back in the water, I think it was that Friday. It was exactly 3 weeks after my surgery. It was amazing, but it was also really scary. I don't like to be last. I don't like to get close to last. Like I want to be as good as I can possibly be, which I couldn't go in with that mindset this time. That 100 back that I raced, probably one of the slowest races I've done since I was like 8 years old or something like that. But it was probably the most fun I've had because I was just like so grateful for the opportunity and just like excited to just be there and just to get to be in the water again. And I think that like having that perspective and having that at the end of my swimming career has like brought me again like a great peace of mind, just like going out on a note like that, like even though it wasn't a great swim, but just going out on a swim that like I really thoroughly enjoyed. So actually in my senior sem last night, we were talking about courage. And we talked about a definition that really just like stuck out to me. And it was all about like accepting that we're imperfect and living as who you are with your whole heart. And I think that is definitely like what I look at as courage. A big part of courage is even when you're scared, just showing up and continuing to move forward. And I think that has been like something that has inspired me throughout this whole thing, is just like to live with courage in that way.
All right, we're back now with student athletes from the Hope men's and women's swim dive team. This is Delaney Westlock and Ben Catton, and we're excited to have you guys here again. They are in the pool right now, swimming and winning championships, hopefully. Yes. And so we're excited though to be able to do this little tape delay thing. And so thanks a lot for joining us today.
Thank you for having us.
You're welcome. So let's have you, we're going to pass the mic back and forth. Can you just tell us a little bit about kind of who you are, where you're from, and how you chose Hope College?
Yeah. So as Coach said, my name is Ben Catton. I'm from Holland, Michigan, attended Holland Christian High School. Decided to stick around for 4 more years in the West Michigan area. Not an easy decision or an easy recruit by any means. I'm sure Tabor can tell you. Pretty much up until probably January to February, my senior year, I was pretty set on attending the University of Michigan and just kind of accumulating high school athletics there, then and there, and then pursuing my degree at Michigan and just kind of having a good college experience. That kind of changed, I think, during the pandemic, kind of not getting the fairy tale high school ending that I kind of wanted and kind of thought I deserved athletically. So I decided to kind of roll the dice, stay a little bit closer to home during the unknown time of COVID, and it probably turned out to be the best decision that I've made. So I'll turn it over to Delaney.
Hi, my name's Delaney Westlock, and I'm from Bay City, Michigan. Coming from the east side of the state, kind of looked a little further away from home and found myself looking at Hope. And especially knowing that I wanted to be a nursing major and become a nurse later on, that was a big factor into finding a place where I could balance both being a nursing student, but also being in the pool and doing what I love, and that's swimming. So coming over to Hope for many visits, I would say, I just found myself just feeling at home here. And a big thing that I remember being recruited on was that you would be transformed here at Hope. And I feel like as a senior in high school, you really don't understand what a transformational experience would look like, but sitting here as a senior now at Hope College, I can say that it's definitely been the best decision I've ever made, and it's truly transformed me in so many ways by coming here to Hope. So.
I love that, and I think that if you go to lots of campuses right now, you're going to see the word transformation around. Can you dive into that a little bit more? Like, how do you feel your experience at Hope has transformed you?
I would say immediately when I came to Hope, we came in during the pandemic in 2020, and so right away just the relationships I was able to form here at Hope, not only with like my classmates but also my coaching staff as well, just set me up for success for the next 4 years, quite honestly. And through, you know, COVID situation kind of dying down and being able to meet more people and really get involved in the classroom, just the relationships with my professors and coaches and friends have really been a big part and a big impact on me here at Hope.
Awesome. Ben, do you have some insights into that?
Yeah, I think, you know, I think my perspective is a little bit different. Kind of as a high school student, you know, being from the area, Hope was kind of the last school that I thought I'd see myself at. You know, it was the school in the backyard. It was just kind of, you know, I knew a lot of people who attended Hope, and I, you know, didn't think I kind of fit the mold to stick around and still be in West Michigan. But I just think it brought a completely different perspective to the world while still being in the same area that I grew up in. I think I learned a lot about how to be a good human being here at Hope. And I think that's the best way to summarize it. But in terms of, you know, relationships with friends, relationships with mentors, the different academic involvements and, you know, athletic involvements that I've been afforded here, overall I think have just turned me into a completely different person than I was 4 years ago.
Awesome. There's a chance that some of the high school commits, some incoming freshmen next year, are watching this right now. What kind of advice do you have for them? If they're paying attention, what kind of advice do you have for folks that are going to be coming into the program next season?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think freshman year, you know, especially that first semester, my advice would just to be bold. You know, say yes to some things that you might not see yourself being comfortable with. They could turn into opportunities that you wouldn't even believe possible. People genuinely want you around and want you to be there, like invited to places. So when they do give you that invite, or they do tell you to come hang out, they mean it and they want you there. So, you know, if it's a little outside your comfort zone, maybe you're a little more introverted, always fall back on your teammates. But again, there's so much more that Hope has to offer, and I would just be bold and say go for it.
Love it.
Very similar to that, actually. It was just definitely just take a step out of your comfort zone. I would say, especially when I came in as a freshman, that was something I had to work on, especially with COVID being a situation that was taking place. And so by like taking the chance of saying, yes, I'm gonna go out to ice cream, even if we have to sit 6 feet apart, but like taking the opportunity to get to know people and step out of your comfort zone is big, but especially finding a place where you feel at home is so important. And I would say Hope definitely gives off the feeling of home.
That's great. When you think about some people that have made a difference in your experience here at Hope, other than your head coach, who's awesome, but there are lots of people at Hope that made a positive impact on you. Can you describe one or two of those people?
It's a great question, because there's just been so many people here at Hope that have been wonderful. I would definitely have to say, for me, the nursing department as a whole has been very impactful on my time here at Hope, just because they definitely want me to thrive in the classroom, but yet they still support me in my goals in the pool as well. And so something that sticks out to me is sophomore year going to nationals down in Indy, I received an email from all my professors repping their Hope gear, telling me good luck, and just could feel that support and that they just wanted me to do the best I could, both in the classroom and in the pool. So that has been just a blessing in my life here at Hope to have their support.
That's awesome. Ben?
Yeah, I would say probably one of the people that had the greatest impact on my college experience was actually my freshman year RA. His name's Josh Haddad. He showed just the utmost selflessness that I think I've ever seen an individual show, especially to be a sophomore in college and kind of have that virtue installed in you. You know, I roomed with another swimmer. We were over in Durfee Hall, known to be a little bit rowdy and, you know, not the best athletic environment, but it was a all-time experience. And he constantly supported and invested in us. And, you know, he knew nothing about swimming when we came in. We very quickly became friends. And he would, you know, tune into every live stream and, you know, text us and spam us and get the hall behind us over a sport that might not necessarily have all the mainstream attention that some of the other ones do. And it was awesome. I loved coming back to the dorm. I loved guys, you know, kind of asking and knowing what was going on in our lives and just really coming together as one to support us.
As one. Awesome. Can you describe, like, there's a phrase that we use in athletics a lot called be strong, be true, right? Can you describe a time during your experience where you had to summon a strength that you didn't know you had?
You keep giving me the hard questions to start with. I feel like it gets all the extra time to think. Time that I had to be strong in my athletic career. I think there's a couple ways you can like take this question. I think, of course, you know, athletically being strong, trying to compete at the top of your ability, or maybe even a time where you were outmatched. But also, I think be strong, be true kind of goes back to the individual and participating in sports, and, you know, not sacrificing things about yourself for the gain of, you know, the team or the outcome athletically. And I think one example of the kind of being strong, be true, a little bit more on the physical side was, you know, through the athletic department, I had the opportunity to attend the U.S. Open Championship last December down in Greensboro. And it's pretty much just a winter national caliber meet. There were Olympians there, such stars like Katie Ledecky, Reagan Smith, just a couple names that people might know. And I was 100% way outside of my physical realm. I had just barely made a cut. The format of the pool was not necessarily my strength. Probably was the most tired person there because we didn't really let up on training. But just to be in the room with those people and, you know, share a pool deck was one of the coolest experiences that I've had. And, you know, I raced a couple times and definitely hurt. I definitely was being as strong as I could. You know, the outcome was the outcome, but the experience was unmatched.
That's awesome.
I would say a time where be strong, be true is just definitely echoing in the back of my mind was probably sophomore year. I was anchored on a 4 medley relay at MIAA's, and I don't think we were seated first coming into that relay, but I just knew that I had to get the job done, hopefully wrap up this relay the best I could for our team. And I had a fierce competitor next to me from Albion, and she's awesome, but just knew that it was going to be a tough situation, a tough race. And so just definitely remembering be strong and be true, to swim my race, do my thing, and just being strong in that moment for my teammates and to get the job done. And we touched first for our relay and won that event, so that was very exciting. But that's just kind of a moment where I just remember be strong, be true is just echoing my mind to get the job done and enjoy that moment as a team and celebrate that.
That's awesome. Especially fitting because you won the Be Strong, Be True award at last year's Hopies. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Again. That award is it goes to one of our student athletes that doesn't just demonstrate incredible athleticism and achievement, but strength of character in the classroom and on campus. And it's really just one of the most prestigious awards that is offered through the Hopies. So
thank you.
Congrats. All right. Can you do a day in the life? So talk to me a little bit about from beginning of a day to the end of the day. What's it look like on campus for you?
Okay. Oh goodness. I would say I'll go with my Tuesdays because my Tuesdays are pretty fun. So being a nursing major, I have clinicals at hospital systems either in Grand Rapids or Holland. So I'll wake up very early in the morning to be at the hospital at around 6:45 and work there and learn there until around 3:30, and then I come back and I go to practice from 4 to 6, which is definitely something that just gets me through my day. It's just being at the Dow and being with my teammates just gives a sense of calmness to me, and so I look forward to being at the Dow at 4 o'clock on my Tuesdays and just kind of catching my breath and enjoying practice. I typically practice 4 to 6, and then after that heading over to Phelps for dinner. One of my favorite places to hang out with my teammates and just see people on campus. It's always a blast. And then after that, either doing homework at the student center or the library, and then going home for the day.
Favorite place to do homework is at the library or student center?
I would say the student center.
Okay.
I love the couches down in
There you
the common family room right
Yep.
there, so love to work there for sure.
Awesome. Ben?
Yeah. So my day, Delaney talks about Tuesdays. I'll talk about a different one. Yeah, I'll just go like Thursdays. Thursdays we usually start off with a morning lift previously. So we're up in the morning with Margaret's, our strength and conditioning coach, who is just awesome. He definitely brings the energy early in the morning, and it's just a fun start to the day. So usually there pretty early in the morning. I usually head back to my, last year was my cottage, this year an off-campus house. Eat breakfast at home, kind of get situated for the day, and then usually I kind of like to take my classes a little bit earlier in the morning, especially when we have those lifts, since I'm up anyways, instead of kind of slowing down and getting tired, just to kind of power through. So either an 8 a.m. finance class or a 9:30 econ class has been the majority of my college experience. And then I kind of go into either a free hour where I head over to Phelps to have lunch with the team. This swim team's been sitting at the same tables for probably longer than I've been alive. So there's usually always someone sitting at those tables regardless of the time of the day. So we sit down and have some laughs and just talk about our days. Or I swing on over to Van Zorn for a Baker Scholar meeting, which is just in the business and econ group I'm a part of. In the afternoons, kind of look probably another practice at the Dow. Usually we have a 2 to 4 or 4 to 6, kind of depending on your class schedule. Kind of Delaney mentioned it a little bit earlier, but I kind of see practice as like the break in my day. I go in for 2 hours and forget that I have school, that I have other requirements, and just kind of put some work in and get a good workout in with my friends. But also I see what they're up to, talk about them with their days, and just kind of forget about some of the stressors that college can bring. And then following that, either dinner at my house or dinner at Phelps, and then maybe a little bit of homework. But usually I'm in bed pretty early or watching a movie with some of my friends. So that's pretty relaxed, pretty chill.
Awesome. Final question. What is different about this experience than what you expected?
Again, you're starting with the hard ones with me. Yeah, I think the easiest thing to say that was completely different than what I expected was just how much time and how close I got with such a large group of people. Having a 2-gender team of about 70, it's a lot of time spent with one another, and it's a lot of people to get to know. But it's very easy for me to say I have a family of 70, and so especially on the men's side for me, these guys are brothers, and I'll go to war for them. I'll do whatever it takes, and I didn't really expect, or didn't really understand, I guess, probably a better word, how close and how deep those relationships were going to be, especially over a 4-year period. And I mean, we all live together, we spend summers together. It's going to be, I think, a pretty tough awakening, kind of being a little bit separated, kind of moving on into our professional careers, but I don't think that the friendships are going to falter in any way.
I was actually thinking the same thing. So, not to sound like a broken record, but just the relationships here at Hope, that was one thing, again, being recruited and coming on visits here, that you're going to meet people that are going to make an impact on you, and that has truly been the case. And coming in as a freshman, I kind of thought to myself, oh, well, Coach Tabor and Coach Jolly handpicked 60 to 70 of my best friends. And, you know, seeing how true is that, and spending all my time with these people and my teammates and my family, that has been true over the last 4 years. I know that I have 70 people who I can rely on and trust and be there for me in good times and bad, and that has just made such an impact. It makes me feel beyond blessed. And again, just reaffirms that the best decision ever was coming to Hope, because I've been blessed with the relationships I've made here.
Awesome. Thanks so much for taking a little bit of time and sharing a little bit about your experience with us. We hope that the meet's going well, and that you guys are continuing to position yourselves for postseason competition. So good luck, and thanks so much. We'll do our lightning round or rapid fire questions here when we bring Coach Tabor back into the mix. So come right back. We'll be right back. All right, we are interrupting the swim and dive section of the program to give you a little bit of an update. I don't know if you can see this. We are so close to getting to $40,000 in individual donations. This is before some of the major gifts have kicked in yet, with the matching gifts, that kind of stuff. We are so close, $39,749.41. You can see the teams up here that have reached $1,000. We've got baseball, we got football, we got men's track and field and softball that are so close, within $150 of getting their $1,000. We've got some undesignated gifts as well, but we want to make sure that every team here is working hard to be able to get to that $1,000 threshold. So hard, Darren. I think I'm switching out my glasses.
It's time. It's game time.
A little bit more spirit here.
Spirit.
We're going orange. All
This
right?
is serious stuff, folks. This is big time. I mean,
Big
she
time,
doesn't do this every
serious.
day, or does she? I don't know. Hey, we are so happy to have what we have right now, but guess what? There's still time to give. There's still time to be a part of this amazing Hope College family. We're getting there, folks. We're getting there. Let's pick it up as best you can.
I'm so excited about all of the good things that are going to be happening in Hope Athletics because of the generosity of our fans and our community, our friends and our family. Thank you so much for the way that you are right now living into our student athletes through your generous gifts. Let's keep it going. Let's see what we're capable of being able to do here. Again, the connection that you get by making a financial donation it helps you feel a little bit more a part of it. And we want you to feel a part of it because it is something special. Being a part of this athletic department is something special. Being a part of this entire campus is something special. And there's great things happening in Day of Giving. I just saw a thing. I think we're over $600,000 in total donations for the college on Day of Giving. The little differences that these dollars make towards being able to provide just an amazing experience for student athletes, for students, is absolutely critical to what we're trying to do in terms of this competitive landscape of higher education. Anchored tuition is a big deal to students when they know that the amount that they're going to be paying on tuition is going to be the same on the first day of their college experience to the last. The Hope Forward program of being able to make college tuition free for students is going to be a game changer in terms of what Hope College is going to be able to do for young people. I think one of the things, too, that I really value about Hope Forward, we haven't talked that much about Hope Forward, but it is absolutely the number of students that are making a decision about what they're going to major in because of whether or not they feel like they're going to be able to pay off their student loans in the first few years is absolutely huge. And they're choosing to follow things that are not necessarily their passions, but they're following a paycheck. And I think that like when we actually get people connected into studying those things that are their passions, they are going to make a difference in this world on day one of after they graduate from Hope, just because they're simply living into their passions. Hope Forward is such a huge game-changing opportunity for our students, for Hope College, for the world, and it's worthy of continued investment.
We're obviously, again, quite biased when it comes to this place, but how many times today and yesterday did we hear from student athletes that said, boy, once we got here, you could just feel it, or we just knew, or we talked to so-and-so and it just felt right. Folks, you have the opportunity to have those exact same feelings. Directly, indirectly, so forth. You just said something about, campus, walking through the Pine Grove. We heard that yesterday. Little things like that. Coming to games, coming to activities here is great, but it's those little things that Hope also provides and is available for. Folks, it is just truly a special place. And whether it's you're actually a part of the faculty here or just a fan, a parent, a community member, whatever, Hope gives you the opportunity to be a part of this amazing extended family. We hope you can give to the Orange and Blue Fund. We hope you can continue supporting the student athletes and coaches that take these students, in some cases our kids, and be there for them on a regular basis and put them in positions to make an impact on the world.
I think another thing that we want to do, just take a little bit of time to call out, is the relationship that the athletics department has with the kinesiology department. The kinesiology department is the academic kind of component. They all, the folks in the exercise science faculty, the pedagogy faculty, they all have offices in the same wing as all the coaches. And what we're trying to do is build those relationships. You heard Coach Nordheis yesterday talk a little bit about Fiddy Davis and the research that he's going to be doing that's going to have a direct impact on the success of our student athletes. How often we use our student athletes as participants in research endeavors within our exercise science department. And if you're looking for another place to be able to make a financial donation, another way to be able to give, look up the kinesiology department on the list of things that where you can give to what you love, because the partnership between athletics and kinesiology is huge, and we're so grateful for all of the different ways that we live into each other within that department.
We should also take a minute to once again thank some additional partners that have come up in conversations the last couple of days. The athletic trainers that are here. Is there nothing better than watching Tim Caperna climb up a ladder, take out his own scissors to cut out the nets? That's one of the coolest things I've seen. To sports information department, from Alan Babbitt and Mackenzie McMahon, to the students and others like Lori Boovy who help make our events the best they can be. How many times has Jim Spielman's name been mentioned over the course of the last couple days? There is a true sense of team here. And it takes all those components to get a game played, to get a field ready, to get a court prepared. And there's so many people that make this happen. And again, they're all part of the same team. If you truly are a fan of Hope College athletics and you truly see and witness what happens here, you will understand very quickly the team isn't just much bigger than what's on the field or on the court at a given time. It goes beyond that team and then some. There's a definite family feeling here, a feeling of commitment, helping each other. This is truly an example of a collective thought, of a collective effort for the betterment of our student athletes and our coaches.
Let's give them a round of applause.
Let's do it. But most importantly, probably should thank Miss Lindsay over here, producer extraordinaire. If this whole AD thing doesn't work out, I have a feeling she's got some options.
It's one of the things about being an athletic director. I do think that you realize that you've got a lot of skills. There's a lot of tools in the toolkit, and Lindsay's been awesome for us on the board throughout this rodeo. That we got a rodeo. Yeah. All right, so if you are connected to baseball, women's golf, women's soccer, football, cross country, women's track and field, men's swim and dive, women's swim and dive, softball, men's tennis, women's tennis, let's make a donation. Let's get ourselves over this $40,000 hump. We've got about an hour and 15 minutes left. Oh, let's go. All right, we're going to kick it back to some more of our time with the men's and women's swim and dive program. We're going to do a lightning round of questions with them that gets pretty entertaining. All right, we're back with our rapid fire questions. Here we go. Anybody can answer these. First one, what is one routine you have every competition day?
So before every race, I actually swim. I do this dance that I've been doing ever since my freshman year of high school, just to kind of shake off the nerves. And it's kind of just became a thing that I do every single race to get me ready and prepared.
You want to do the dance right now?
I can, sure.
Do it. Yeah, let's go. Show us.
All right. I'm just gonna go like this, and then I shake it out. And
Awesome.
I do that a few times, so.
Love it.
Yes.
Very cool. Thank you. All right, what's one thing on your bucket list?
I want to go to Greece. Greece is a place I want to visit, yeah.
Is there a particular reason?
I just think it's beautiful. There's lots of water. You can go swimming. But
Classic.
yeah.
Nice. Awesome. What's your favorite word?
Yeah. I don't have a word.
My favorite word?
Well, I guess I'll say yes.
Perfect.
My kids are always asking for yes days, so we'll run with that.
Nice. What would the older you tell the younger you?
Oh, that's a better one for you too.
Probably to just relax and trust the process a little bit more. Like, it's all gonna turn out okay, so.
Awesome. What is one thing we'd be surprised to learn about you?
I absolutely love baseball.
Yeah.
Major League Baseball. Yep, great fun.
Awesome.
My radio is set to MLB Network Radio almost every moment I'm in the car, unless my youngest daughter's in there and I have to play Taylor Swift.
What's the team you follow?
I'm a Tigers fan, which is tough right now, but my son Colby is a diehard Atlanta Braves fan.
Awesome. Very cool. What is, or actually, who on your team would you trust most to save you from something embarrassing?
Yeah, I'm gonna say Bray Ossick.
To save you from something?
No, that's a good point. Honestly, yeah, no, I'll double down. Yeah, Bray Ossick.
Maybe just the trust that if we're doing something, if he's okay with what's happening, it's not going to be embarrassing.
Yeah, he'll probably do it with me.
There
It's
you
a lot
go.
less embarrassing.
Makes a lot easier.
I want to hear Delaney's response to this one too.
Definitely Maggie Horner. She has been by my side since freshman year, and I definitely trust her in that situation.
Awesome. Who is one person that impacted the trajectory of your life?
I'll say my freshman year roommate, Kyle Langdon.
You explain why?
He just has this vibe to him that is electric. He makes everything fun, doesn't take anything too serious, and definitely has taught me to mellow out a little bit and just roll with the punches.
Awesome. If a peer were to impersonate you, what would they poke fun at?
For me right now, probably my hair. It's a little bit long. I'm waiting to cut it until, I guess, well, it'll be short when the video drops, but I just got lazy and it's long, yeah.
Nice. Who is the toughest competitor you have ever coached or competed with?
I competed against and then coached against for a number of years a guy from Kalamazoo named Scott Whitbeck. He was a really good friend to this day, but always respected Scott's competitive fire and and work ethic.
Awesome. Is there a book, movie, or podcast that you recommend to others over any other? You find yourself recommending often?
Same kind of different as me. Phenomenal book.
Oh, nice.
I love The Squeeze it's Taylor and Taylor Lautner, and it's just about like mental health and positivity and just having mindfulness and positive outlook on things. So love it, totally recommend.
Awesome. Anything, Ben?
I watch a lot of movies with my friends, but they're not necessarily like inspirational or.
What's the most often quoted movie on the men's swim team?
The most often quoted? I don't know. Right now we've been quoting Fast and Furious 2 a lot, especially the line that he goes, "Ejectocito, cuz," and then he pops him out of the car. But it doesn't really have any context that's very applicable, but I don't know. What do you think the most quoted?
I don't know that I always know them anymore.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, maybe Top Gun. Top Gun's quoted a lot, probably.
Classic.
Yeah.
That's great. What makes something fun to you?
I'd say competition.
Nice.
I don't know if I can think of anything. I just love when everyone's just smiling and having a good time. Like there's just joy that fills the room. I'm just like, oh, this is awesome. This is so much fun.
Awesome. Last question. If you weren't doing swim and dive at Hope, what would you be doing?
My first love is definitely basketball. I come from a basketball family. None of my parents did not swim, did not do that, and so I probably would have stuck with it and done that. So awesome.
Yeah, I'd probably just be sitting on a couch somewhere in Ann Arbor, not doing much.
I'm BGM of the Tigers.
There you go. Be a very different trajectory they'd be on, probably. That's great. Well, thanks again. All right, so now the next thing we're going to be doing is a Minute to Win It challenge. And the Minute to Win It challenge is going to be coaches versus student athletes. So, Delaney, do you want to spin the wheel and see what game we're going to be doing?
Well, men versus women.
Bottle flip challenge. All right, we're going to get it set up. We'll be right back. Okay. This was the one that I was hoping. All right, we're on to our bottle flip challenge. We've got our men's swim team representatives here going. The challenge is going to be this. You have to get 3 bottle flips in a row, okay? 3 bottle flips in a row. We are playing through second place, okay? So there's 2 points awarded here. Whoever gets wins is going to get a point. Then second place finisher is going to get a point. Third place finisher, nada. So, are you ready?
We're good.
Oh yeah.
On your mark, get set, go. Woo. 2.
3.
All right, we're on to our bottle flip challenge. We've got our men's swim team representatives here going. The challenge is going to be this. You have to get 3 bottle flips in a row, okay? 3 bottle flips in a row. We are playing through second place, okay? So there's 2 points awarded here. Whoever gets wins is going to get a point. Then second place finisher is going to get a point. Third place finisher, nada. So, are you ready?
We're good.
Oh yeah.
On your mark, get set, go. Woo. 2.
3.
2. 3.
Oh, all right. So it's a tie between student athletes and coaches for this contest. Thanks, you guys. Appreciate it. And fire up.
Hey, thanks, guys.
Great. Okay. I think it started. So, all right. My name is Becca Garza. I am the head dive coach here at Hope College, and we were asked to choose someone that had an impact on us as an athlete. And so I am here with Allie Graver. She graduated last spring and was my first 4-year women athlete to graduate from our program. So I'll let you introduce yourself a little bit and talk about what you're up to these days, Allie.
As Becca said, I'm Allie. I graduated in spring of 2023, and this past summer, I started my first job as a pediatric nurse at Norton Children's Hospital in Louisville, Kentucky. I just moved down there this past summer, and I've been working the night shift there, which is all new to me, but it's been really great, and I love it so far. It's been a great learning experience and a new change, so exciting.
Yes, huge changes coming right out of college for you, which is so cool. I'm super excited to have you here for this interview for the Day of Giving at Hope and just kind of talk about your experience at Hope and what you took away from the program and also what you contributed since you had such a big impact in being one of my first athletes to go through with me and develop a program that we're super proud of. So obviously diving is something that is a little hard to continue post college. So what do you do to fill your time now? How do you stay active?
Yeah, it's been a huge shift for me. Like I said, I really miss diving, and I can't really. It's kind of hard to do it post grad, but I've definitely been keeping up with like the other aspects of the cross training that we do to train for diving. I go to the gym at my apartment, and I'll weight lift a little bit. You know, I'm not going as heavy as I did training for diving, but just to try and keep in shape. And I like to go on walks and stuff. So it's a whole different, you know, thing that I do now compared to what I did for diving. But yeah, I think that diving definitely, you know, taught me how to continue being active. And so I'm appreciative of diving for that.
Awesome. When you think back, it's not that long ago that you were back here with us doing all of the things preparing for conference as we head into that this week. Can you talk about some of your most memorable experiences as a student athlete?
I feel like everyone, you know, would always say like the big meets, the league meets and stuff, but honestly, some of my like most memorable times are like times at practice that I spent with my teammates, like us, you know, goofing around and like just encouraging each other in practice when it, you know, became kind of the same thing day in and day out as we were preparing for big meets and, you know, going to Phelps after for a nice team dinner. Like those are the things that really stick with me the most. Just bonding with my teammates at like the laughs we had. That's some of the big things that I remember the most, just enjoying that time with them when I had it.
I love it. And I know you and I have recently had some conversations about how you grew in your athletic experience at Hope and how much things can change in only 4 short years. Talk a little bit about how you're using that growth and what growth you did have while you were here.
Yeah, I feel like everyone kind of knew coming in. I was just like in my family, I was so shy. It was a little nerve wracking, you know, coming to a school that was a little bit farther from home than my other siblings. And I was just nervous that I wasn't going to fit in or I wouldn't find my place. But we were kind of talking how I wanted to find a home, and that's exactly what I did at Hope. I feel so grateful. I just really grew into, I feel, hopefully for my teammates, a leader, someone that people could look up to. I never thought that would be possible. I was always just kind of like the follower. I didn't really, you know, wasn't like the head or the leader or anything like that. So I felt like I grew a lot in my confidence. Diving really gave me that, which is something that I also find really helpful, obviously, in all aspects of life, especially in my job. And, you know, moving to a new place and finding new friends and just having like more confidence in myself, and diving really did that for me. And with my teammates and my coach supporting me, I was able to become like a stronger and more confident person.
So as you have shifted into the post-grad life, just being a year out, what is some advice that you would pass down to the people coming into Hope now as student athletes?
Um, I think the biggest part would just be, and it sounds so cliche, but just like enjoying the time that you have with your teammates and bonding with them while you can, because they truly are lifelong friendships. And I've only been out for a year, but I still talk to my teammates almost every day. And I just feel so blessed to have those connections in my life, and just the time that I spent with them at practices and on our way to meets and at meets, encouraging each other. Like, I will never forget those times. And um, I just am so grateful that I was able to create those relationships with them. So I would just say, like, invest in your team, invest in your people, invest in those relationships, because they last a lifetime. And it might just seem like a couple months season and doing a sport that you love, but there's so much more to it than that. Your team is can be everything to you if you just take the time to create those relationships.
I love to hear that. I know that you've walked alongside me going through my first few years as a coach in this program and kind of creating it to what we wanted it to look like and the culture that we wanted it to represent. And I feel like those are some of the big foundational pieces that you and I put our minds together on what when we wanted to bring more recruits and more people into this team, that those were things that were important to me as a coach, but also you as an athlete too. So now, as you think about the people coming into Hope Diving, what excites you about their opportunities, or any of the student athletes at Hope, that all the opportunities that they have?
Yeah, I think, especially like related to diving, I feel like our team has grown a lot. I mean, we started with like a smaller team my freshman year, and it just kept growing. And I think that gives us the opportunity to go out and like find other competition with bigger teams and bigger programs, which I think has been amazing, for our development as not only athletes but as people too. My senior year got to go to so many different meets in different states and meet athletes like from really like high performing teams that we got to never would have had the chance to compete with them if it had it not been for Hope, and the way we're pushing our teams to compete with other athletes at a higher level. So I think it's cool for us to get to do that, and with all the other amazing programs that Hope Athletics offers. The seed program, I've had a lot of teammates do that, and I think that is just the coolest thing. That, like, I've never heard of any other school that does a program like that, that takes specifically athletes to like other countries to kind of spread what they've learned through sports, but also spread the word of God and faith. So I think there's so many opportunities. They're really limitless with Hope Athletics.
Awesome. And you mentioned a little bit ago that you still connect with old teammates. What are some of your favorite memories to talk about with them?
I feel like kind of what I mentioned earlier. My favorite is just like talking about some of the long haul trips that we made to meets, or like training trip my junior year. Some of those were just like the funniest moments where we were stuck in a tiny little car. So many of us, like, we always talk about the good times we had, and even though they were long trips or like rough roads, we just had so much fun, like talking to each other and bonding even more than like we could do on a pool deck. So we just it's really everything. We just talk about all the fun times that we had, whether it was at meets or practices or really outside of that too, which I think is special. We didn't just hang out at practice and go to our own lives. Like, we had lives like with each other outside of the pool too, which we like to still talk about. So
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. As we wrap up this interview, I want to thank you again for being so willing to participate in this. And we're just so thankful for the day of giving at Hope and all that that means for our program and as we continue to grow. I also want continuously thank you for how much you played in my development as a new coach, coming into a college team and walking alongside me to develop a program that we're super proud of today. So thank you for being here. I appreciate your time and your willingness to answer the questions.
thank you so much. I give everything that I have to Hope Diving. I think it's truly shaped me into the person that I am today. Absolutely. I came in as like a shy little freshman, and I think I came out so much more than that. And I really have my teammates and my coach to thank for that. So I will forever be indebted to Hope College Athletics. And I look back on it with like the best of memories. I think about it every day. It's like the one thing I wake up every morning for, and I'm so grateful to have had those experiences, and really has shaped me into the person I am. So very grateful.
Thanks, Allie girl.
I love it, and I love my people.
Welcome back, everyone. We are into the final hour of the Day of Giving Orange and Blue Fund-athon. What a ride this has been, Darren.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
So much fun to hear stories from our student athletes and our coaches, to play some games, to have a little fun, to hear from our alumni and to catch up with what they have been involved in, and really just to talk a lot about why these athletes, these student athletes and these coaches are worth the investment of some of your time, talent, treasure, time maybe coming and watching games, talent, some of you playing a role as being Team 43 reps, and treasure, donating your hard-earned money towards the Orange and Blue Fund so that we can provide transformational experiences for our student athletes. We're up over 40,000. We got a big gift in that is getting us up over that hump. So now we are at $49.41. Can somebody just donate 59 cents in order to get us to
I would
a
love to
round
know where
number?
that 41 cents came from. Yeah, hang on, he's got some.
59 cents actually would get us to $40,050 even. I love that we're donating those pennies, though. That's that's amazing. We'll take every little thing, Hey, we're joined with the men's lacrosse program right now. Coach Mike Shanehouse and Luke Wieringo. Can you give a little background? I know that you've been here, a part of the Hope men's lacrosse program for a long time, and talk about that journey.
Wow. Lucky to play here back in the day, and just had a wonderful experience with the game. Loved it immediately when I started, and met so many great people that I'm still connected with over all these years, and they're huge supporters of what we've got cooking right now as well. So really an amazing experience and a transformational experience for me as a student first and foremost, and athletically at the same time. And so when I had the chance 20 years ago to come back and help the program, I was so excited about it. And thanks to my wife Lisa for allowing me to go and do the thing that I love. And this program means the absolute world to me, and I'm just so fortunate to be here.
Great shout out, all coaches' spouses out there. This is
thanks, Lise.
Yeah, you do not get to do this job without incredible support back home, and because it's weird hours. It's a lot of heart that kind of goes towards your guys, so yeah, that's a good shout out. So
she gets it too. She was a field hockey player here and worked so hard, and is very grateful for that opportunity too. So we're all in on Hope Athletics.
That's fantastic. Luke, a little bit of your background on how you got to Hope.
Yeah, so originally I didn't choose Hope. I'm actually a transfer student. I transferred at the beginning of this past year. So this is my second year at Hope, even though I'm a junior. Lacrosse has been a huge part of my life. I've been playing since third grade, consistently all year round. And yeah, so how I know about Hope was my parents. My parents are both athletes here. My mom was a women's soccer player. My dad was a swimmer. And so Hope has always been on my radar. And it's been super exciting and a super, super unique experience to be able to experience something similar to what they did, but yet do it in my own way.
That's fantastic. What have you been experiencing that's been a difference between the experience that you had and the experience that you are having?
Yeah, so the big difference in the experience that I'm having now is that there's so much more to Hope College than just simply being an athlete. Like, your identity is an athlete, but it doesn't lie solely in athletics. I'm able to be a part of a lot of different things, such as I'm a part in campus ministries. I'm a co-leader for the men's lacrosse Bible study, as well as with other athletic ministry leaders on other teams. I'm also a part of the fly fishing club, which is a ton of fun. And whenever I'm not here doing school or playing lacrosse, I'm in a river somewhere fishing.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and I'm also get to be involved within the lacrosse team with, I'm our recruit liaison. So I get to meet and spend a ton of time with all our recruits and really just push the next generation of lacrosse players coming into Hope.
And also captain.
And a captain.
Yes.
Just throw that in there real quick.
Just a nice little bonus.
And the captain after like coming into the program a little bit later, right? Like demonstrated some of those leadership characteristics well in the time and early on. That's fantastic. Very cool.
So again, I get the opportunity to watch you play, and there's so many things that we get to see that might people not understand completely about lacrosse. First of all, Luke is a very tender player, doesn't really get too physical. Actually, I'm going to tell you right now, he put a hit on somebody the last game. But anyway, we'll get back to that. There is a unique camaraderie with lacrosse players, isn't there? Mm-hmm. Just watching the way you act amongst each other during warm-ups even to after the game. Can you describe that? Because to me, it's a little bit different from a traditional whatever team. There's something about a lacrosse team that's just a little bit different when it comes to team chemistry.
Yeah, so our team chemistry is built a lot on the field, but then also a lot off the field. Having as big of a roster as we do with 45 guys, it's usually an expectation that it's kind of like cliquey or not very cohesive, but yet our group of guys, we're all bought into the same idea, and the whole like idea of, we have a saying, BT, which is be together, better together. And so that as a team, we all are bought into that and like doing everything not only to benefit ourselves, but putting the team before ourselves. And so that looks like everything from handshakes in the stretching lines to going and beating up on other schools, all in a unified and glorified fashion. For those of you that don't know lacrosse, it's a pretty barbaric sport, I'm not going to lie.
I'm going to tell you right now, it's about as physical a sport as I've ever seen, especially when two good teams are playing each other. And, you know, we sit up there and watch you play, and I'm blown away at just how physical it can be. I mean, I'm going to ask you this, Coach. Was it like that when you played? Has this game evolved to a point where it's more physical or just as physical from back when you were playing?
Well, I think we didn't quite have the understanding of head trauma in those days. So in a way, it was more physical. The ball was on the ground more. And it's just impossible to compare the stick skills that these guys have today compared to what it was like in the 80s. Completely different ball game. So
Definitely.
super fun to watch it grow and evolve. And but the athleticism and the physicality of the game is just sort of baked in, and we really love to embrace it. There's no doubt about that.
Yes, you do.
So we want to get up and down the field, and we want to put pressure on our opponents and have the best time ever.
So what I love about your games, probably as much as any game here at Hope, is I think you get a pretty solid fan base that comes out to watch you play.
Amazing.
I suspect that there's a good chunk of them that have no idea what the rules are or how it works, but because of that physicality, because of the speed, and quite honestly, some of the characters that are playing on your team, it's a spectacle. And I think people truly enjoy watching your team play. And obviously, you're pretty good, so that helps. But there is something unique about watching a men's lacrosse game at Hope College, isn't there?
It's been so fun. And 20 minutes before game time on Saturday, I looked up and there was one person, and it was a parent probably from the other team. Sitting in there, and I turned around and at a stop in the first quarter, and it was packed.
Yeah.
It was cold too. I mean,
Yeah.
it was not warm, and so credit to all of them for coming
Mhm.
out and supporting us, and just a really good energy and vibe. You felt that?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
describe that, Luke. What's that like?
Yeah, so it's really nice, you know, because we're out there and we're freezing and we're the ones that are running around and moving. So I give props to all of, you know, the friends and family of everyone that showed out, because it gives us momentum when we need it. And sometimes when we're riding a high or even when we're riding a low, like that's like the core that we can depend on, of like when we score, when we get a turnover, when there's a big hit or someone takes the ball away, like the fans really just are able to shift momentum in such positive ways.
Huge home field advantage.
Huge home field advantage.
So I don't know if you realize this, but so let's take volleyball as an example. When there's somebody that has a kill and the way the team celebrates, that's so cool to see ladies come together and what have you. Somebody hits a 3 out here at DeVos, you know, all that kind of stuff. When somebody scores a goal in men's lacrosse, depending on who it is, that reaction is almost as exciting as the goal that's being scored. And you in particular, you have no idea. We sit up there in the press box. If you've got the ball and you come across midfield, we're like, uh-oh, here we go. And we can see you winding up. And when you score, I'm not going to lie to you, I get a little extra on the microphone because it's you. But I mean, again, another unique thing about lacrosse. You guys kind of have your own little thing happening when you score a goal. That's got to be pretty cool.
Yeah, thank you for that, by the way. I don't have the luxury of getting to look behind me, but all that I do get to say is when those other guys score, such as, I'll shout out Merritt Archer right now.
Oh my goodness.
He scored an absolute juice goal to get us going in the second half against in our game last weekend, and that celebration was one of the best celebrations I think I've ever had. So basically, for people that don't know what we're talking about, whenever we score, the 40 guys on the sidelines basically go into a full-fledged riot. And there's celebrations. There's guys army crawling, somersaults, cartwheels. I've seen a couple guys pretending like they're eating corn on the cob. They'll hit the driving range. There's a bunch of different celebrations that go on, and it just brings all of the enjoyment of the hard work of scoring a goal, and then not only does that person get to celebrate, but we celebrate as a team, and it's really awesome.
So I do have to tell you, probably one of the most exciting calls I've ever had since I've been announcing at Hope for anything. Remind me again, who was your face-off person from just a couple of years ago from Rockford, the big...
Chef.
Yes.
Yeah.
When he scored, he won a face-off and went down and scored. Again, the entire Van Andel, the scores booth, everybody, we were just going crazy. And you talk about all the things that you do when you score now. That day, I will never forget that. But that's just, again, that's one of the cool things about this game, is that even if you don't understand it, it's so much fun to watch, and I've learned a lot just by being there as well. Talk about this season. You had one game already. You got a really nice team this year, Coach. A lot of good things could happen. You got a lot of freshmen too. I noticed. Obviously, your recruiting pitch seemed to work. Can you give us an example of what you talk about when you're bringing in a potential student athlete here, and what were some of the things that you think sell Hope the best?
Well, for one thing, Luke is our recruit liaison, and Michael Mann, and they walk around and people get to know them over the course of the day, and it's important for them to introduce them to the rest of the dudes on our team to get a real feel for, what it feels like to be here, and so. Emails are great, and texts. I text a lot. I'm sure you text a ton, Coach. And, but really, if they come here and they get a feel for, how we take care of each other, how we treat each other, what's important to us, what we value, and just how much joy they bring, even if we have to climb over a snowbank to go practice, on an everyday, day-to-day, just having a great time together, and looking at, like Gino used to say, recess time. For us, it's jump out of the locker room and here we go. So if they get to be here and feel that, it's very, very powerful. And so we're really lucky, and you cannot do it unless you have great people involved in it. So it's been super fun to be part of that, for sure. And,
Luke, what do
and
you
I
tell
love working with
recruits?
these guys.
What do you tell recruits when they come here?
I just give them the honest truth. I mean, I don't have to do much talking. I let this campus kind of speak for itself. Throughout walking and talking with families, I get most of the basic questions, but a lot of the time I just tell them when we get towards the lacrosse field, as we finish the tour walking out of DeVos towards Van Andel, I tell them throughout practice, don't feel the need to ask questions or understand what we're doing. I just want you to experience who we are and what we do on the field. And that, I think, itself is there's no magic spell, there's no sales pitch I can pitch to you. I just want you to be a part of what you get to see us do, because the experience as a men's lacrosse player at Hope is the most fun I've ever had playing lacrosse ever. And it's fun, and we find a lot of success, which is the better part of it. But
it is,
because winning's fun. and so I really just let our play and our style and how we carry ourselves speak for itself, because it speaks volumes.
I think that one of the things that we've heard from a lot of different teams that have come through is this intentional pursuit of having fun and finding joy in the experience and the opportunity that they have. There's a lot of times where athletics, there's a grind to it, right? There's a grind in the weight room that you go through. There's a grind from the daily practices and all the other kinds of things that you're involved in, having to do that on a daily basis. But I think one of the things that's different about the environment that we have here at Hope, the culture, is that we're choosing to find that joy and to double down, to invest in that, to be able to do that with intention. The celebrations, the post-goal celebration, sounds like a very intentional way that you're trying to do that. What else do you guys do in order to bring that kind of joy together? Because getting 40 guys to all say, hey, we're in it for the group versus ourselves, is no easy feat.
Yeah, I'd say the big thing for us is we do almost everything together. It's really cool because throughout the years and through our team now, we live together, which is also helpful. I'm in a cottage with 4 other lacrosse guys. We have basically our whole sophomore class in one of the Cookville houses. So they have 12 lacrosse players, in one house.
Wow, Coach.
Wow.
It has been great, but it's exactly. And it's we also eat after practice. We eat all of our meals together. On the bus, it's not segmented like seniors are in the back, freshmen are in the front. It's all intertwined. There's no exclusiveness. We're all just bought in to everything we speak for and everything we stand for as a team.
I love it.
Mm-hmm.
I want to ask something that's a little bit unique here, and obviously you kind of said a little bit earlier about sometimes you look in the stand, maybe it's just parents, at least initially, and what have you, and I'm sure a lot of the teams have. There's always family that's going to be there. Once again, something that's a little bit unique with men's lacrosse in particular. One of the reasons they weren't in the stadium right away is because they were all out in the parking lot doing a little tailgating and what have you, and I got to tell you, what I see, even the families of your players connect in a way that I think is a little bit unique. And even when they come into the stadium, it's almost like they're coming in collectively like you do. It's just an interesting dynamic to me. I didn't realize how strong that family part of men's lacrosse is until I came through the parking lot to work a game. That's got to be pretty cool, I would think.
Yeah, it's really cool. And I have to shout out my mother, Carol.
Good
She's
move.
the one that organizes all of the food for us and everything, as well as our manager, Rachel. They work together to organize. They have like lanyards with name tags with players media day pictures, their name, like their parents' name,
So
and the
those
whole
getting
roster.
cut out just the other day.
Yeah, and so we have that, as well as, you know, after a game, like the most like important and kind of intimate thing you can do to get to know people is share a meal together. And so after our game, after a win or loss, no matter what, we'll all meet out in the parking lot, home games or away games, and we'll just all share a meal together and stand and talk, whether we suffered a hard loss or we just won a championship. Like, it looks the same every single time.
And I tell you, so your goalie, is it Baumforth?
Jack Baumforth.
Baumforth,
Yeah.
okay. So his dad was sitting up towards the press box, and after the game, he's just kind of curious how many saves my son had. He was outstanding, by the way.
Yeah.
But we got to talk. Yes, it is. Yeah. But I'll tell you what, we had a chance to talk for a little bit, not a lot. I'm going to tell you right now, I can't wait to see that guy again.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, parents are so involved here, obviously, but that men's lacrosse component, some of them a little crazy, but that's okay.
Hey.
But it was so fun to see that camaraderie. I noticed those lanyards and things. It's just a unique thing that you guys do.
Yeah.
And how are you able to get out? I mean, I think there's a lot of kids that come to your games too, and whether it's poster day or something like that, are you intentional as a coach to try and connect with some of the younger people in the community to get them not only to understand the game, but maybe even down the road to take a look at what Hope might have to offer?
Yeah, I think I just love sports and have wanted to help people enjoy sports my whole life. And so we do a ton. You know, if anyone asks me, hey, would you come and, you know, talk to us or work with us, or, you know, I'm there and have been doing that like my whole career. So yes, you know, that's sort of baked into how I've looked at it. And it has some benefits in terms of people get fired up to come to our games, and we just love that. Like, it's so fun. I love poster day. And to see the excitement on the faces of the kids, and I love going to a school. You know, you're not in a fancy stadium. You're in a grass field with grass, you know, halfway up to your knees, and we might be playing tennis ball lacrosse, and it's so fun. And they just the joy of learning something that's a little bit new, maybe different, and seeing, you know, the first time they catch it, or the first time that they make a connect on a pass with a person and then score a goal, or you know, there's nothing like that. There's nothing like that. It's really cool, and you know, so I love to see that, and it's so fun to have them out at our games. I mean, we're really all excited about that.
We're going to get into some games in just a second, but one last question, and I don't know if the Orange and Blue Fund had anything to do with bringing you full-time to campus. But you've gone through a transition this past year, right? You were working part-time as our head coach. You were teaching full-time for North Muskegon, and you retired from that gig and are now full-time at the college. Can you talk a little bit about the types of things that you're doing now in that role, but also like how being around full-time has had an impact on you and on the guys in the program?
Well, it's been wonderful. It's been so wonderful, and thank you to Hope, and, you know, pulling me in, and everyone has been so nice, and to be able to spend time with people that I knew casually, but now know so much better, has been such a treat for me, and a wonderful transition in my career to do the same thing for 30 years in a row and then just break it all up and start over again has been exhilarating, and I love it. So I just came from health dynamics class. We were running around and played pickleball. I had a little basketball game going, walked some laps with people, lifted some weights, and we had a wonderful time. And getting to know the freshmen and having, you know, facilitating them getting to know one another, and, you know, make that, you know, one of those first class experiences that's kind of a community experience at Hope. And, you know, hopefully they make friends and go forward in their Hope lives with some buddies that they didn't have before, because they played with them. They went out and exercised, and, had a great time with them. So that has been an absolute hoot. I'm also involved advising the student newspaper because I was an English teacher in my former life. So I just started doing that a couple weeks ago, and that's been really exciting. So, and then whatever else they need me to do, I'll do it. I'll take care of it. So we're on it. But no, it's been such a treat. It's been such a treat to be here. And
if I
thank
may,
you for welcoming me. I love it.
It's been great having you around full time.
Can I add one last thing? A shout out to the two of you. I've introduced my nephew to you a couple of times, and that's such a big deal to him. You probably wouldn't know this, but my nephew went through the poster line, and I don't know what you did or what you said, but you made him feel really special. And that was another one of my nephews, same thing with soccer. And, you know, whether you realize it or not, both of you had in your own way an impact on these kids. And my nephew is going to be coming to see some of these games. He's coming to watch you play. And I hope you realize that's a big deal.
Thank you.
You did well. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, we are going to spin the wheel of games to figure out what our competition is going to be between student athlete and coach. Right now, the coaches are leading 16-12. There's 2 points on the line here, so Coach, I think we've got it. We got it in the bag. But hey,
I'll give it an honest effort.
I mean, we're Hope. We compete it to win at everything, right?
Exactly.
So, all right, let's give the wheel a spin and see what we're going to be doing.
To your left.
To your left. Try again. Try again.
Yeah.
Wow. Maybe.
3 times in a row.
I'll do it.
What's probability?
Third time's for skill, right?
Oh, bottle flip challenge. All right, love it. Hey, we're going to cut to a video. It is a Karen Page Courage Award video highlighting Wade Hogue. And so the really incredibly inspirational story about Wade. And we'll be back with the Minute to Win It game in just a little bit.
Well, he was always never into video games, always outdoors, always very active, and just an awesome kid to watch him grow up. Fishing, hunting, and just always interesting play.
I was kind of skeptical of college. You know, I wasn't really sure. I knew that I really liked to play lacrosse, and I liked wrestling a lot too. And I was definitely ready to be done with prep school and all of that. So I was ready for the next step, but I wasn't exactly sure what that was going to look like yet. I thought I got cut in half because I couldn't feel my body, and it was just like the most like time just like stood still. And I just remember like my entire body was really cold, and then I tried to stand up, but I just fell over immediately. And on the third story of this house, they were putting in a really big single pane glass window, so they needed a bunch of guys to help them get it to the level that they needed it on. And so I was, in order to do this, normally they have a platform with some sort of like a forklift or a man lift or a scissor lift, something like that. So the operator of the forklift put the platform on, which is normally tied down by 2 chains and a lever on the back, and he forgot to tie it down to secure it correctly. So myself and 2 other guys got on the platform and were holding the window, and we were being lifted up, and we got there, we set the window in place, tacked it down just with nails, and we put the caulking around the outside of it, and just one of us shifted just the wrong way, and it tipped the entire platform off and pulled the window out of the frame at the same time. So we all pretty much started falling, and I remember thinking to myself as I'm falling that I need to get away from the platform. So I tried to jump away from it. And as I did that, there was a concrete like barrier wall at the bottom, and I'm pretty sure, I don't remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure I bounced off of that when I landed, and then I rolled on the other side of it into, you know, like a pile of dirt, and then the platform landed and then rolled right over top of me, and I'm pretty sure that's what did the most damage.
You know, I got an email from the admissions office, like everybody did. I got the same email, and you know, I saw the name, and it just stopped me cold. I mean, I couldn't believe it.
For the most part, I've felt pretty hopeless for a pretty consistent like 4 months at that point. The entire time I was in the hospital, really. It was probably the most horrific thing that has ever happened to me. I was afraid of letting myself stop caring about whether or not I lived or didn't, or whether or not my quality of life was ever, you know, reinstated, or whether or not my life would ever get better. So I guess a big part of me getting through that was just kind of being patient, really. I mean, there's nothing that will make you become patient like waiting in a hospital bed for your legs to start moving, or for your back to stop screaming in pain, right?
It was quickly apparent to me that Wade and I were pretty compatible. We bonded over some Ernest Hemingway quotes and books. He sent me, you know, back and forth. We're texting or we're emailing, and he's sending me some things that were inspiring him, and I jumped on the Hemingway stuff because I studied that when I was here at Hope, and so, you know, traded some books back and forth and some suggestions, and so it was pretty neat. We had an instant language with one another, and it was, you know, it's just like talking to an old friend after a couple weeks.
He would try and text or call me probably every day when I was in the hospital. And the guys on the lacrosse team, some of which I had met, some I hadn't, they were always messaging me on Facebook or sending me emails or texting or calling me, and that was awesome. Just kind of knowing that, like, I had something in a place like Hope where I hadn't really spent a lot of time, or I hadn't really established myself. I had all these people that really cared.
You know, we could tell from what Coach was saying and the things that we were seeing that Coach was showing us that this guy was something special. And, you know, before we even met him, you know, we were already taking him into the family. And that's something I've noticed about the team this year is we're really close. You know, we have our struggles, we have our difficulties, and, you know, mountains we got to climb over, but we're doing everything together, and I think Wade's played a huge role in that.
I remember I got a massive packet of letters from an accounting class of just all these people who I have never even met, you know, writing me letters about, you know, staying strong and how much they're thinking about me or they're praying for me, and that kind of stuff really made all of the difference. It's kind of like in order to be strong, or in order to get through something, you kind of need something to be strong for, you know. So in a lot of ways, the lacrosse team and Coach Chanel's and pretty much the whole Hope community kind of gave me something to hang on to, something to look forward to, you know, so kind of in a lot of ways something to live for.
Everybody calls it the grind, and it's like, it's not a grind, fellas. This is what we wanted to do our whole lives, and here we are having an opportunity to do it, and so we're loving it. And so that's been the biggest impact that he's had on us, is just to put things into perspective for us, and to make sure that, you know, we're there for each other as teammates. Everybody has each other's back, and everybody's smiling and playing. You know, this isn't work. This is play.
I think that Wade is such a refreshing addition to Hope, because you see him everywhere. He's all around, in JP's, LJ's, wherever, and he just is so generous with his time. He listens to people. He cares.
The normal transition from high school to college is not what Wade, unfortunately, had to experience. But Hope it couldn't have been a better school for Wade, no doubt. And we really appreciate that as a family. I know my wife and I and His sisters really appreciate him and being here.
And it's clear that he's been through a lot. He's had his struggles, but you know, everyone goes through their struggles, and I think Wade has really helped the team in their personal lives and, you know, outside lacrosse to overcome a lot of challenges, and just whether it's daily or, you know, big picture stuff that maybe some of us don't even know about. I think he's really inspired us in that way.
I think that the most courageous thing about him is that he says that this is hard and that some days he doesn't know what's going to get him to the next day. I think that that is the most courage I've ever seen someone say.
He told me when he had the accident, Dad, I've had one bad day. One bad day in his life. So that day's over, and this is a new day.
A man can be destroyed, but never defeated. And that's Wade is a man. Wade is the man. I call him the man. So.
You know, the average person can just, you know, walk 10 feet and it's no big deal, but seeing him do that and really push through and fight just to take every step is really inspiring for the team.
He's using his inability to do what he used to love to inspire people, and I think he's still in the process of figuring out what it is that he loves right now, but he's not wasting a day, that's for sure.
In that process of becoming an Eagle Scout, one of the things they ask is, you know, what makes Wade an Eagle Scout? They ask it to the other scouts, and the one thing they all said, he has courage.
You know, I don't really know, because sometimes throughout this process, and I know this whole award is about courage, and when you first asked me about the award, I was like, well, I don't really know why I'm getting it. I mean, it's my life. No one can live it for me. You know, this is the circumstances that I have, and I have to do something with it. But I think it's really not letting circumstances rule your life, and not letting the thing that holds you back define who you are. You know, something holds everybody back. Everybody has a wheelchair waiting at the edge of their bed in the morning that they get into. I can see, you know, I push mine. You might walk in yours. So there is something that paralyzes everybody. And I think a big part of having courage is being honest with yourself and knowing who you are and realizing that, and then kind of owning it, taking responsibility for it, and understanding that, you know, no one can do it for you.
I was really shy as a freshman.
All right, we are back, ready for this bottle flip challenge between Coach Shane Hells and Luke Wieringo. Hey, I want to call out the fact I changed to the fire up glasses. I also have new shoes. We're bringing it all out. No stops. Full send, right? That's what the kids say? We're sending it. Full send. All right, let's go. Let's raise a few more bucks going into the last, 17 minutes of the Day of Giving. Orange and Blue Fund-athon. We can do this. Hope College and friends. All right, so the Battle Flip Challenge is going to work like this. We're going to do it a little differently than we did it with the men's and women's swim dive team. We are going to have you go for 30 seconds and try to get as many consecutive successful lands as you can. All right, we usually actually start with the coaches. There's a little bit, sometimes a learning curve. So age before beauty. Here we go. On your mark, get set, go. 0. Oh, he's finding it. Oh, increasing the speed. Oh! 1. 2. 2 in a row, 2 in a row. 2 in a row. 1.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, all you got to get, Luke, is 2. No, actually, all you got to do is get 3. You got 3 to win.
I got 3. You got 3.
Oh, you did?
You got 3. Yes, you did.
Oh, all right. You got to get 4.
I got 4.
4 to win.
You got this.
Yeah.
All right, come on, kid. Show me how it's done.
On your mark, get set, go.
Oh.
2.
Oh, what?
Oh, okay.
Started out hot.
Looking over the edge.
Here we go. Here we go.
20 seconds.
Ooh. You got this. More height. More height.
Yep. Up. 10 seconds.
Yes.
1, 2.
Yes.
Oh. 1, 2. Oh, coaches win again. Coaches win again. This has been fascinating, folks, because the coaches have been really doing great with these minute to win it games. I don't know if it's that like
hard work and practice.
This is what we're doing during the day.
Yeah.
Everybody asks what coaches do during the day. No, it is not bottle flipping. It is scouting, recruiting, tactics, practice planning, all those fun tasks. But anyway, thanks so much, you guys. It was really great. Excited to come to see the physicality of your game, to see the celebrations that happen after goals. Let's go get it this year, guys.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you. We'll give you some good ones.
All right.
Roll Dutch.
Awesome. We'll see you.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to come over to the big board again here to talk a little bit about the status of where we are at. We've had some more gifts come in. We have had some of the matching donations come in. And so as soon as we've got this board live and updated, we're going to see where things are at. I hope you've had a good time, as good a time as Darren and I have had hosting this. What a treat it has been to be able to hear some of the stories and to meet some of the people behind the stories that make Hope Athletics special. We've heard about teams intentionally choosing joy. We've heard about the transformational experiences that Hope student athletes are having, both within their teams as well as just in campus in general. We've heard about some of the team travel. We've heard about some of the ways that we're trying to pursue competitive excellence, transformative experiences, and academic success. And so now we're going to head over. We had we're at $61,000 and $884.41. We still did not get that 59-cent but 59-cent match. But hey, the $20,000 match from George and Sibylla Borchter came through because of some of those unallocated monies being able to disperse to all of the different teams. Every team getting to that $1,000 mark. So thankful for that. So thankful for all of you. Thankful to the Borchter family for their amazing matching gift. Thankful to Crush 54, who gave a $1,000 match for some of the stuff that we were doing off air yesterday, between 7 and 10 p.m., getting $1,000. They matched $1,000. Darren, what are your thoughts?
I'm overwhelmed. I really am. This is, we were just talking a little while ago. I've been a part of this college since 1986. As a student, as a part-time worker, for lack of a better way of saying it, and this is probably one of the top 3 to 4 things I've ever been a part of. And it is awesome. I as tired as I am, I still feel really energized and excited for what this place is doing and will continue to do. And even if this hadn't come through, I can tell you right now, one of the best things, I got to be better friends with you. And that's just as important to me. So I cannot say thank you enough for the opportunity to do this. it has been an awesome experience.
Well, I appreciate it as well. Again, we mentioned this before, but when we came up with this crazy idea to try to do a telethon of 16 hours of interviews and fun and games and that kind of stuff with the people of Hope Athletics, we're like, who's going to do this with us? Your name was the first to come up because you have just consistently said yes to supporting the mission of what we're doing, you know, and you say yes in so many different ways. You say yes in terms of running for the school board. You've said yes in terms of the ways that you provide awesome experiences for youth sport in the Holland community. So thank you for all the ways that you continue to live into us, and growing in this friendship has been awesome too. So. We are excited we do have 15 minutes left. Our goal that we had set forth at the start of this was 75,000. Is there an opportunity that in the next 15 minutes we can have a few more gifts come in? If you've been holding out from giving, or if you have given and you want to give again, just remember that the Orange and Blue Fund is making a difference in terms of the experiences of our student athletes. It's helping us achieve competitive excellence. It's helping us to deliver transformative experiences. It's helping our student athletes to be able to have an experience that allows them to pursue success on the court and success in the classroom. And that makes a huge difference in terms of the pitch that we're able to make to families that are thinking about investing in Hope College for their 4 years, or their sons and daughters to be able to come here. When they know that they can do a lot of things incredibly well, it makes a difference in terms of the choices that they make. And we look forward to continuing to be able to deliver on those promises that we're making to those families.
You mentioned just a second ago, on the field or on the court, in the classroom, but remember what we've heard for the last few days. These student athletes impact the world. Whether it's a seed trip or some other opportunity for them to give back, we're seeing that. We've experienced it. We've heard some amazing stories from student athletes that maybe you didn't know very well or realize just how impactful they can be. So yeah, we're making a difference here, but these student athletes and coaches as well, are certainly making a difference elsewhere. So that's a big deal.
We are going to cut to a little video, and then we are going to be joined by Athletic Director Tim Schoonveld to close out this program. So thanks for joining us. We hope that you'll stay tuned and continue to give to the Orange and Blue Fund.
Don't get me started, I'm pleading. If this is a race, can't none of y'all beat me. Boy, I'm so good, it feel like I'm cheating. The well of the storm, I feel like a season. This type of drive could push Lamborghinis. So get you some sign to have your own sneaker. I'm in the van, I'm pushing the meter. A legend like John for everyday people. I got the heart of a champion. I got the blood of a winner. I don't know how to be stagnant. I got way too much ambition. I keep on beating statistics. How would I be denied? My only option is winning. I'm crossing the finish line. Nothing can stop me now. The time has come for me to take my crown. I am a champion. No one can slow me down. The world is mine. Once I cross the finish line, I'm number one. I put myself in a place where nothing can top me. I feel like I'm space. It's bigger than profit, but still I get paid. My thinking colossal, not minimum wage. Talk to the loss like I know the way. Stay on my job like who need a break? It wasn't possible. I heard them say, but I'm like MacGyver to all my mistakes. Running back home, now look at the bases. Been winning so long, I feel like a native. I got what you want, but you cannot take it. I do what you don't, cause I'm more creative. I put me on, no help for your favors. I'm breaking the mold to show you the flavors. I got control, you can't enable. I'm using my flaws to make me the greatest. I'm number one. I'm number one. I'm number one. Yeah, I'm number one. 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 Yeah, I'm number one. I'm number one.
Oh man, I love that highlight video. That is one of my favorites. For the Hopies every year, we get an all-athlete highlight video together. Andy DeYoung does such a good job with that, and that's just absolutely one of my favorites. They get better every year. Hey, we are joined now to close out the show with Athletic Director Tim Schoonveld. And if you want a little bit of inspiration about what is possible when you really commit yourself to a goal, then come work for this guy, because he has been an incredible leader in our department, and is the kind of guy that likes to be able to say yes to things and to problem solve and find ways to be able to make what we want to try to do with our student athletes possible. And the way that he gets to say yes to things is through things like the Orange and Blue Fund. And so, welcome, Scooney. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me. I think before we say anything, thanks to you two. And this was Becky Schmidt's creative genius. And we all were like, how's this going to go? And it's been absolutely amazing. So thanks for being willing. I know it's way more than just the hours, and I think the setup and all of that. Becky, awesome. Darren, I say it always, but the best job we can have is a great announcer. And it makes a lot of difference for us as administrators and to do that. And I think for you to give up time and from your families and all of that is just wonderful. And executive producer Lindsay Engelsman, too, has been sitting here flipping things, and she's been amazing. So thanks to you guys for being willing to do this. I think it's been a great representation and highlight of what we're trying to do here, and I think what we're maybe called to do in the world today.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So we have been talking about a lot of the different types of things that the Orange and Blue Fund has gone towards to benefit student-athlete experience. Can you summarize a little bit of some of the things that you have been able to say yes to that has made a difference in the experiences that our student-athletes get?
Yeah, I think when we created the Orange and Blue, I think the main focus was how do we provide transformational experiences for students. So, our volleyball team went out to Boston and can experience some different things like that. Our cross-country team went to Gettysburg this year and ran out there. So I think it really has allowed us to enhance that and to do some things for student athletes. But then I would say, along the lines, we put a lot of effort into Team 43. I think one of the videos played here with Graham and John. And to just say, hey, how do we provide people, resources, and experiences for our student athletes to have their lives just reshaped just a little bit, and then sort of see what God can do for that. And I think we've been really, really blessed. Certainly some of it goes to some operational stuff. Certainly some of it goes towards enhancing our competitive excellence. And I think, we see that with what's going on. But I think like our real hope is that we serve a God of abundance. And it's not really about money, although we're trying to raise money and it helps us do things, but we serve a God of abundance, and I think our call in that at Hope College for all of us is to try to influence and impact lives so they can go out and change the world. And I say a lot of times, I'm not going to cure cancer, I'm not going to be the president of the United States ever, but I might impact somebody who does those things. And I think that's really what we're using athletics as a vehicle to be able to provide that experience. And I think, you know, what's been really cool for me throughout this last day and a half has been watching the alums. You know, you see Allie Wittenbach, you see Harrison Blackledge, you see people all over the country that are taking sort of what's been provided by so many great, I think, donors and supporters in the last couple of days, and then they can have their life impacted here, and then they can go out and they can do the same. And I think that's been a real gift for us. You know, I would be remiss if I didn't thank George and Sibylla Borichter and the Borichter family for their match. I think what I talked to them about is saying, hey, what you're providing is something that multiplies out influence and impact. And so they're not only giving resources, but they're trying to challenge other people to multiply out that impact, and that's what we're trying to do here every day. And so that's been a gift, and so thanks to George and Sibylla, if they're watching, and the rest of their family, and we're just grateful that we get this opportunity.
Yeah, that sums it up pretty good. Well done. So, and I could actually ask the both of you, if you don't mind. To sit here and to listen to all of these people, as the athletic director, as a coach, you both have your respective families, amazing families too, by the way, even Tegan. She was my favorite, she's told me. But when you see the results of whether it's the Orange Blue Fund or something specific with the SEED program or whatever else, and you're a part of that. I mean, you're a bigger part of the whole family, maybe more than so than you even realize. That has to be just an awesome feeling inside to see the fruits of your labor literally come to fruition. I would love for you to, both of you, if you would like, just to describe what it's like to see the success of the student athletes after they leave Hope College.
Well, I mean, I thought that you were going to go to the place of connection between family, that this is a family affair. And I immediately started getting teared up because of just one thing that happened this past fall was it was fall break. We were practicing because we had to play on that Tuesday of fall break, and after our practice, my entire team showed up to my son Cooper's flag football game and started cheering. They made tunnels for both teams that were playing in the game. They made signs, and it was just such an incredibly special thing. We just have incredible people that are a part of this program, and I'm so proud and thankful that I get the opportunity to work with them. Like, what a gift it is, gift to me. I'm a better person because of the experiences that I've had with my student athletes. They make me better, and it's absolutely a family affair. So. Yeah,
I mean, that's a cool story, I think, and pretty spectacular. I think one of the things I've seen, Darren, so I have, I had one daughter go through, play here, a son. I love to, that's here now. Hopefully another child that's coming. But I think one of my favorite stories is the two most impactful people on my children's lives have been the athletic trainers.
Yes.
And it's not because, it's not just because they're in the training room a lot, although they have been in the training room a lot. I think it's because those are the type of people we get to be around. So it isn't like, hey, it's just saying, hey, it's all of us. It's just one team, and it's saying, hey, how can I spur on Becky in what she's doing? How can she spur on her athletes? How can we spur on our athletic trainers who are just going all the time, all year long? And then for my kids to be able to say the most impactful person in their life is Tim Caberna or Annie Kerrigan. like it doesn't get any better than that. And I think like that's what's so hard to convey, I think, to people maybe outside of that. But I think that's what our goal is.
Yeah.
And I think, again, that's what our call is in life. So it's not really a job. It's not a job, and I think for you too. You're not announcing for the pay. I know that because I've seen the checks.
Yeah, I don't even know what I make.
Or even today. But I think like it's a calling, and it's saying, man, we get to do this, and we get up every morning. And I think for me, that's what watching this has just been such really like an inspiration, but like filling my tank to be able to say, wow, look at how we've been blessed. Look at what God's doing through us and in us. Look what he's doing in our athletes. And, it's just been really special.
So I'm going to share with you just a couple of examples of, for me personally, what this place has done. I get personal cards, from teams that I'm announcing for, and they literally are personal. They're signed by everybody, but somebody's writing something. And because I try to be, to get to know some of these players as best I can under the circumstances, to get an actual personal card like that is a big deal. Or Lauren Lee, who I hadn't really met before. After we were done, we had talked about how they were at one of the basketball games when I had the chance to introduce them in front of the crowd. She said, that was just so cool how you did that. Or meeting Luke Wieringo again today and talking about how we get all jacked up when he gets ready to shoot a goal. Little things like that for people to come and say, thank you for doing this, thank you for doing that. I'm a small part of what happens here, and yet you all, student athletes and coaches, make me feel like I'm an integral part of it, and I'm not. But it feels that way, and that's incredibly intentional, and you have no idea how that makes me feel.
Well, I mean, I would say this: you do matter big time, and I think we talk very much of, hey, we're 22 programs, okay, but we're one team.
Yes.
And that's been very intentional, I think, over the time that we've been here, to say that. And I think, like, even today, again, just exemplifies, like, one team. It's the announcer. It's somebody who's willing to come in for 2 days and do this. It's the head coach. It's the professor. It's the AD. It's the associate AD. It's the people who are saying, hey, we love Hope. We're going to give. To be able to help do something special. And I think it goes across the board to custodians, to the grounds people. I heard you guys thanking, the grounds people. I heard we thank the custodians, the athletic trainers. Dan Margaret's told me to bring the juice, our strength coach. So I hope I'm bringing a little juice for Dan today. But I think it really is one team. And the beauty of that is somebody that maybe doesn't connect with me loves Becky. Somebody that doesn't connect with Becky maybe loves you or loves an athletic trainer or Dan. And I think that's the beauty of, I again think like what God's call is for all of us, is to do your job really well, like honor him, be great stewards, try to inspire and multiply out, but then he's going to take that and use it. And I think like the students we've seen here and that we get to work with every day, I mean, that makes it worthwhile. And I think, again, for me, that's what's been so inspiring in the last days. The money's amazing. Keep it coming. We're loving it. But I think, like, for me, it's trying to see, like, these are the people we get to work with every day, coaches, students, support staff, all that, and how much of a difference that makes in my life, just personally, but I think then also professionally.
Yeah. Go for it.
Well, yeah, that's great. Thank you. What is on the horizon? What do you see as being, you're the kind of guy who wants to be able to say yes to things. What's next? I think that there is like the landscape of college athletics, especially on the D1 level, is like it's interesting, right? Like. Yeah, but there's something about Division III athletics that has retained the heart of what college athletics is supposed to be all about. And I'm wondering if there's what are some things that we want to be able to continue to invest in to make this experience the best that it can be?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. I would say we want to continue striving to be the premier institution, Division III, across the country. And I think that would be, you know, we joke a lot here, but we want to be a wow place where you say, hey, when you come out and you see the team, you're like, wow. When you see the facilities, you say, wow. When you meet the people, you say, wow. And I think premier institution from an academic standpoint, I think that only continues to go up. I think athletically, I mean, we're continuing to, I think, move up the Learfield Cup standings. I think that's a big deal. But I think really, in the end, we want to be like a light. And I think we want to bring light and life, not only to sort of this community and Hope in general, but I think really to provide that for student athletes so that they can go out and be that in today's world. And I think like that's a critical piece. It does take resources. Obviously we'd love an indoor facility. We'd love an upgrade to the pool. I mean, those are big dreams. I think we're putting a lot of emphasis into mental health, and I would say really student athlete well-being, I think would be probably a better term than mental health, to try to be proactive on the front end with kind of mental health or wellness, so that we don't have to deal with some of the negative effects that come at the bottom. And I feel like we're really moving forward with that. That's where a lot of our resources have been going now. And then I think we're trying to continue to inspire. I think we're doing some things with our coaches. I think both to try to say, hey, how can you continue to strive to win where winning isn't the only thing that matters? And I think so, how do we invest in you guys? We've partnered with What Drives Winning. We're bringing in Todd Gonwer with Lead for God's Sake next week. That, again, I think gives that perspective, and just continue to try to enhance those things. So your gifts matter, but really your presence and who you are matters. And I think the encouragement, I think the support, the fan base that we get just really resonates. And again, we feel blessed and honored to be in this place, and hope to steward it as well as desired and according to God's call. So thanks again to you guys for the gift. You're almost done. You can take a break.
Well, thank you. You used your line earlier with Keegan, talking with women's lacrosse, of the speed of the leader is the speed of the team, and you use that with us all the time. We can reflect that back to you, because you have been a tremendous leader for our athletic department and on campus, representing the mission of Hope really well throughout the work that this college is doing. So we thank you. All
Thanks.
right. The gifts are all in, and the grand total right now is $62,949.41.
And remember, Luke Waringo's going to give that 59 cents to round that up.
We're going to get a 59-cent donation to round that up. We want to thank everybody so much. I think that's about, in the neighborhood of $10,000 to about $10,000 more than what we were able to do last year. Want to thank everybody that donated, everybody that took time listening to these stories, and connecting with us. Want to thank the Hope College community for the ways that they continue to live into the lives of our student athletes, and to make a difference here. So that's it for us.
Donations are accepted throughout the day today, so you can certainly feel like if you still want to give, there are options for the rest of the day.
Awesome. Thank you.
You need to be recognized one last time. This doesn't happen without you putting this literally all together. We've got some amazing leaders here, and you're definitely one of those. Thank you for putting this together, making this happen. It was an honor to be a part of it.
Oh, thank you. It was fun beyond measure to be able to do this today. So, yeah. Fire up, Dutch.